Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the combined special meeting and work session of the Flagstaff City Council. Today is Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. It's approximately 3 o'clock, and I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I'd like to provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. With that, Mr. Odegaard, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Of America. And to the Republic.
and for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty. Thank you.
And justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you.
Ms. Whelan, would you like to read our mission statement?
I would be happy to, Mayor. Thank you. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. With that, can I please have roll call?
Mayor Evans,
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni,
Present.
Councilmember Aslan,
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember Odegaard,
Present.
Councilmember Salas,
Present.
Councilmember Whelan.
Thank you. With that, we're now down to item number 4 of our agenda. Item number 4 is public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda. Because they have not been agendized, council cannot legally respond to anything that we hear. At this particular time, do we have anyone for public comment? City Clerk.
We do have one public participant, and I believe Stacy Salzberg is calling him now.
Hello, Anthony. You can go ahead and speak to Mayor and Council now.
Hello, Madam Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, Council, Management, and staff. My name is Anthony Garcia, and I am wanting to make a public comment about the outgoing council members and let them know how much of an impact that they had on our community and on me personally in the last 4 years. Councilmember Odegaard, Councilmember Jamie Whelan, and Mayor Evans.
Excuse me.
I want to thank you for your service to our community and let you know that your time in office was very much appreciated. And you really laid a solid foundation for the future of Flagstaff. This is a great council that was able to come together, regardless of political ideologies, to do what was best for the citizens of Flagstaff and to cross those lines and to build those relationships. And in that time, you really taught me on a personal level of how to, let petty differences stay behind us and to move to move forward for the common good of the community. I really appreciate that.
Mr. Garcia, I apologize.
Yes,
Mr.
go
Garcia, I apologize. This is Sterling Solomon, the city attorney. This is actually an item that's on our agenda, and you would be able to comment during that time. I apologize, but I believe the mayor tried to interject, and you didn't hear her, but that's why I reached in.
So this item is on our agenda. If you would like to indicate to the city clerk to give you a call back during that agenda item, I am sure that she would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I need to. I said what I had to say.
Thank you. City Clerk, is there anything else, any more public comments for items that are not currently on our agenda?
We do not have any other public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go down to item number 5. Item number 5 is a proclamation. And this proclamation is the Mayor's Monarch Butterfly Pledge. I would like to present this proclamation to our community. And then afterwards, I'm wondering if Ms. Antonopoulos or somebody from her staff could join in and make some remarks on the importance of this proclamation, if they would be available. So this is a proclamation from the City of Flagstaff, Office of the Mayor. I do have a copy of the proclamation here. It's kind of hard to see on the screen. But whereas the monarch butterfly is an iconic North American species whose multi-generational migration from caterpillar to butterfly has captured the imagination of millions of Americans. 20 years ago, more than 1 billion eastern monarch butterflies migrated to Mexico, but in the winter of 2014, only 60 million made the trip. Preserving the habitat for monarch butterflies and other pollinators is critical to the well-being of people. The food security of Flagstaff and other communities is dependent on the services that these species provide. Whereas cities and towns and communities have a critical role to play in helping to save the monarch butterfly, and the City of Flagstaff will play a leadership role from this day forward. Every citizen in Flagstaff can make a difference for the monarch by planting native milkweed and nectar plants to provide habitat for the monarch and pollinators in locations where people live, work, play, and worship. On behalf of the City of Flagstaff and the people of Flagstaff, who have already joined me in creating a healthy habitat for these magnificent butterflies, I am honored to be signing the National Wildlife Federation's Mayor's Monarch Pledge. I encourage other city officials across our great nation to take this stand with me so the monarch butterfly will once again flourish on our continent. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Coral Evans, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim December 8th, 2020 as Mayor's Monarch Pledge Day. And just as a reminder to everyone who's listening, the monarch butterfly is an iconic species. The western populations of monarch butterflies have declined by over 99% in recent years. Cities like Flagstaff, Arizona are poised to take action to preserve existing habitat, as well as create new habitat by encouraging the planting of milkweed. This is the monarch butterfly's only host plant. Along with over 600 other local governments and municipalities, we recognize here in Flagstaff the need to create habitat for monarchs and other pollinators. With that, is there somebody, Ms. Antonopoulos, are you able to speak to this, or someone from your department? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director, and it's an absolute honor to be here this afternoon to continue Flagstaff's commitment to protecting the monarch. In light of climatic changes, the monarch is incredibly threatened, as was noted in the proclamation, and our work in climate action really embraces how far that stance needs to be and includes protection of a very important species, the monarch. There are other staffs from sustainability here and from parks, more importantly, because they are really the implementers of a lot of the work that we're doing out in and around city property. With that, we are looking forward to the year ahead and furthering our commitment to the Monarch Pledge. We will be back in front of council in the spring to highlight all of our actions and strategies that we are focusing on currently and have recommitted to, and then what lies ahead. And we're really excited to share with you some of the outcomes of our work so far since we initially took the pledge last year. And with that, if I may ask Amy Hagan from Parks to just share some of the work that Parks has been doing on the ground.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Evans and Council. Thank you, Nicole. Some of the items that Parks has been able to execute, we did a Mayor's Monarch pollinator garden right outside City Hall, right outside the steps, just to the east. We did a planter box at Heritage Square, which was super exciting, and worked with beautification on that, as well as some lovely signage that I'm sure some of you saw around city limits. We also did a pollinator garden of milkweed at the Citizen Cemetery. We did another one at Bushmaster Park, and we're looking forward to the upcoming season to where we can implement more of these gardens and help educate the community on what a wonderful project this can be for everybody.
So I just want to say thank you so much to Ms. Hagan and Ms. Antonopoulos for providing us those details, and definitely encourage our community, whether it be as individuals or businesses, to consider planting milkweed so we can make sure that we have monarch butterflies for generations to come. With that, we are going to move down our agenda. We are now down to item number 6. This is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-61. This is a resolution amending the 2019-2020 annual action plan to allocate $766,551 in community development block grant program coronavirus CDBG-6B funds, and authorizing the submission of the amended annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-61, amended with the finalized funding allocations by title only, and then adopt resolution number 2020-61. Would this be Ms. Starr?
It'd actually be me, Mayor Evans. My name's Christine Pavlik, and I'm the Housing and Grants Administrator for the Housing section at the City of Flagstaff. I am going to go ahead and share my screen with the PowerPoint presentation. All right. Can everybody see it okay?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks so much for having me today. I'm having trouble. There we go. We are back in front of you this afternoon to provide an updated recommendation for CDBG CV funding. We were really hoping to get these critical funds out to the community as quickly as possible. You'll remember that the CDBG CV funds are specifically for community response projects preparing for, responding to, or preventing coronavirus, and they're provided by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, otherwise known as the CARES Act. On November 10th, we provided you with initial recommendations and asked for your direction as to the use of these CDBG CV funds. At that time, Council directed staff to meet with Flagstaff Shelter Services and Catholic Charities to determine the allocation of $200,000 originally recommended for Coconino County Health and Human Services. To quickly review, the CDBG CV funds available for allocation right now are $766,551. The city is waiving the 10% indirect rate and instead taking a flat amount equaling approximately 2.5% for grant administration. And we're waiving that indirect in order to really maximize community benefit. So this leaves $746,551 for allocation to agencies. On this slide, you'll see a list of recommended funding for projects that prevent, prepare for, or respond to COVID-19. All of these projects are administered by either Catholic Charities or Flagstaff Shelter Services. As directed by Council on November 10th, housing staff did meet with the directors of both organizations. We met and we discussed the allocation of that $200,000 originally recommended to Coconino County Health and Human Services. So first off, staff is recommending funding for Flagstaff Shelter Services for their continued work to shelter community members experiencing homelessness in ways that allow for social distancing and prevent the spread of COVID-19. The amount recommended for that program today is $356,697. Next, $20,000 is recommended for each Flagstaff Shelter Services and Catholic Charities for their partnership and administration of the Front Door Coordinated Entry Program. Staff is also recommending funding for 2 projects administered by Catholic Charities. The first is $128,303 for the Homeless and Supportive Housing Services provided by Catholic Charities. That includes their PATH Homeless Outreach Program and other housing services for homeless individuals who also have serious mental illness, substance abuse disorder, or justice system involvement. The second project from Catholic Charities is recommended for $36,000 for a real property lease for the Closing the Gap program. Catholic Charities has identified a property for lease and is prepared to enter a long-term lease and will utilize CDBG funds to pay for the first year of the lease and housing 8 chronically homeless individuals. I'm happy to review how each project meets the criteria of preventing, responding to, and preparing for COVID-19, should Council wish for me to provide specifics for any of these projects. So today, staff is recommending that City Council consider two different options for allocation of the CDBG CV funds. The first option includes staff's original recommendation that Council hold $176,551 of the CDBG CV funds in reserve for allocation alongside the 2021 CDBG annual entitlement. Staff believes the benefits of reserving these funds for later allocation are prudent given the rapidly changing community needs from the ongoing impacts of COVID-19, as well as the need to avoid risk of supplanting and duplication of benefit with federal funding. This option would also utilize the annual notice of funding availability and application process that will allow potential nonprofits new to CDBG programs to apply for funding for COVID-related projects, as well as an expanded public participation process and utilization of the ranking committee's recommendations and risk assessment. Waiting to allocate the remaining funds will also provide time for advocating for and seeking other funding sources for COVID-19 prevention, as well as provide the opportunity for other COVID-19 related needs in the community to be addressed with these CDBG CV funds. However, if Council were to choose not to hold funds in reserve for the spring grant cycle, it is staff's recommendation that the remaining funds instead be allocated to Flagstaff Shelter Services for their continued work to provide motel rooms to individuals and families experiencing homelessness this winter and beyond if necessary in response to COVID-19. So currently Flagstaff Shelter Services is providing motel rooms in order to allow for that social distancing between clients, which prevents the spread of COVID-19. And to continue these efforts, Flagstaff Shelter Services is in critical need of ongoing funding. Additionally, Council may choose to award these funds however they see fit and are certainly not limited to staff's recommendations. After you have finalized the allocations for these CDBG CV funds today, staff is asking that Council approve a resolution today outlining the finalized allocations and allowing for the submission of the substantial amendment to the 2019 Annual Action Plan to HUD. Sandy Flores of Catholic Charities and Ross Altenbaugh of Flagstaff Shelter Services are both on the line today for any questions you might have for them. And myself, Justina Costa, and Sarah Dar are all here for questions as well. You'll see on this slide the list of our recommendations with the option A and option B on the first line and the total line. Thanks so much for listening, and I am available for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pavlik. I do have a question before I go to Ms. Salas. Do we have any public comment cards for this particular item?
Not.
No? With that, okay, with that, I'm going to go to Ms. Salas first, and then I will go to Ms. Whelan. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was ready to make a motion, but I will yield to questions. I think Council Member Woolen has a question, and I believe we have to decide which option are we moving forward.
I'll go ahead with Ms. Whelan's question, but I also think that a council member can propose an option, and we can decide whether or not we want to provide that with a second. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Council. I'd just like to take a minute and thank Christine for an excellent presentation. It's very clear. And I would also like to thank Justina and Sarah Dar for all their work on this. Christina, could you help me understand when that reserve money would come into play again, should we choose option A?
Absolutely. So every year we have a NOFA process, a notice of funding available. So the city releases the NOFA for the annual CDBG entitlement, usually in January. We're hoping to get that done a little early this year, so late December. As soon as council sets their priorities for the next 2 years, we'll release that. Proposals from the community will be due probably in mid-February and then reviewed in March and then brought to council in April with a final resolution hopefully in mid-April and a submission to HUD May 15th. So those funds would be available sometime after May 15th to the organizations that are awarded them.
Thank you. And I certainly understand the thinking around kind of having this reserve, but my gut is saying that now is the time to allocate funds, and I would go for option B. So thank you.
Is that a motion, Ms. Whelan?
Yes. How'd you know?
I'll second that, Ms. Whelan.
Why, thank you. I need all the help I can get. And Councilmember Salas, I'm sorry, I kind of swooped that away from you. So
there's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan. I believe the second came by the Vice Mayor. Was that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Ms. Salas, and then I will come forward to the Vice Mayor. Ms. Salas?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, so just to be clear, Council Member Whelan made a motion with option B.
Correct, and that would be the $542,248.
Yeah, and that will be holding a reserve.
No, that would be not holding a reserve, but allocating the money immediately.
I can support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Hi, everybody. Yeah, you know, Councilmember Whelan, I thought the same thing. I really did, and I think that these monies are needed today. I think that our community needs it today. Our most vulnerable need it today. Our shelter needs it today. And we have a real uphill battle ahead of us this coming winter. And we all know that. And money that's not spent today can very negatively result for the community's well-being in the future months. So I full-heartedly support us issuing those funds today to the shelter for their continued efforts and partnership to keep our most vulnerable safe and the community at large protected from this virus. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for our city team. So if all those dollars of the CV COVID gets allocated this year, is there still CDBG dollars available at the beginning of next year through that process that we normally see every year?
Absolutely, yes. So we can expect, you know, close to our usual allocation from HUD of anywhere from $570,000 to $625,000. Those funds may or may not have the same waivers. CARES Act provided waivers for allowing us to use as much in that funding as we desired for public service. And instead, we would have to go back to that cap of 15% on public service activities and the rest for housing activities. So while there's no more CDBG CV funding, there still are annual CDBG funds, which can absolutely be used for COVID-related projects. Additionally, we've had quite a bit of program income that will be combined with that allocation. And so we will have likely more money than we have had the last year or so to award out to the community.
Do you have any more questions, Mr. Odegaard?
I do not. Thank you.
So, Council, I don't see any more questions. We do have a motion that was made by Ms. Whelan for option B that was seconded by our Vice Mayor. At this particular time, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And that's to read resolution number 2020-61.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council amending the City of Flagstaff 2019/2020 annual action plan and authorizing submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. Council, is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-61?
So moved,
So-
Jim McCarthy.
Seconded.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-61. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 7. Item number 7 is consideration and approval of a contract. This is to approve the construction contract with RTR Paving and Resurfacing LLC in the amount of $1,699,908 for the 4th Street reconstruction project. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this construction contract with RTR Paving and Resurfacing LLC. And in addition to that amount, we approve a contract duration of 250 calendar days, that we approve a contract allowance of $84,995.40, which is 5% of the lowest responsive bid. We also approve a change order authority to the city manager in the amount of $169,990.80, which is 10% of the lowest responsive bid, and we authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents. Staff?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jeremy DeGator. I'm a project manager in the Capital Improvements Program. I'm here today to present for your consideration and approval the construction contract with RTR Paving and Resurfacing for the 4th Street reconstruction project. As you mentioned earlier, staff's recommended action is that City Council approve the construction contract in the amount of $1,699,908, including a 5% contract allowance and a 10% change order authority. The 4th Street reconstruction project will begin where the recently completed bridges over I-40 end and will widen 4th Street, extending the complete street cross-section between Solier and Sparrow. The signals at Solier will be rebuilt and both intersections will be upgraded to include new accessible pedestrian crossings. A 4th leg will be added at the Solier intersection and coordinated with the upcoming Tiny Homes Village private development project to the west. On the east side, we will connect sidewalk and parkway across the length of the project. There will be 2 travel lanes in each direction with associated right and left turn lanes and bike lanes on each side. The bus stop at Sparrow Avenue will be rebuilt and the foot trail will be permanently connected on the west side. The project also includes waterline upgrades that will allow for increased capacity, supply, and system redundancy in the area. Fiber optic conduit will be installed across the project limits, extending the future capability for traffic management and connecting essential city facilities. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jeremy, for the presentation. And thank you, City Manager and your team, putting this item on today's agenda for us to vote on. I really do appreciate it. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 7. So thank you.
Item number 7 as written.
Yes, Mayor.
I second that.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by the Vice Mayor to approve item number 7 as written. Vice Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, really quickly, I just wanted to express gratitude to the city staff and everybody involved for the work. And obviously, I'm going to talk about the bike lanes. You know, I think this is one of the first big projects that we're doing that, you know, the 4th Street Bridge with lanes on both sides. And although those lanes don't fully continue as they head south, I think that we're taking steps in the right direction, and I'm just very grateful. And to Councilmember Odegaard, thank you for all of your work and efforts bringing us to this point with that bridge and with this progress. And I love that you're in this photo. Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Overard for all of his work on the bridge in that corridor. Thank you, Charlie.
Mr. Odegaard, I just want to say thank you. It's only really because of you in a certain sense that we are here to this particular point. You know, you had the gumption to go and follow the Arizona Department of Transportation's board around the state. You know, working with our city staff, you were able to carry the message, not only from council, but the message from staff as to what we needed. And I really think your following the board around and being given the honorary title of board member really helped elevate the importance of this project. And I thank you for that. So there's been a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 8. This is a consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-67. This is a resolution of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, reaffirming the City of Flagstaff's designation as a Golden Rule City. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-67 by title only, and then adopt resolution number 2020-67. Ms. Salzberg.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. On your screen, you will see the proposed resolution for the reaffirmation of Flagstaff's designation as a Golden Rule City. In May of 2003, the state of Arizona became a Golden Rule state. And in November of 2008, the Flagstaff City Council designated Flagstaff as a Golden Rule City. The request to reaffirm this designation came as a result of a fair item from Councilmember Odegaard. As you'll see here in red are areas that we have added some language to the resolution, as well as the strikeouts that correspond with that. I don't have a formal presentation, but I am available for questions.
City Council, are there any questions for our City Clerk, Ms. Salzberg? If not, I'm looking for a resolution to read. I'm looking for a motion to read resolution number 2020-67 by title only. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues moving this item forward and for us reading this resolution today. And thank you to those that provided some different wording or some adding, and I really love the added to it to make it more of a stronger statement for the City of Flagstaff. And so I appreciate that. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to read resolution number 2020-67 by title only.
Seconded.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Ms. Whelan to read resolution number 2020-67 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion does carry. Thank you.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, reaffirming the City of Flagstaff's designation as a Golden Rule City.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-67?
So moved. McCarthy.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. McCarthy and a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-67. Is there any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 9 of our agenda. Item number 9 is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-70. This is a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council signing on to the We Are Still In Coalition's All In Climate Statement. Staff's recommended actions that we read resolution number 2020-70 by title only, and then adopt resolution number 2020-70. Ms. Antonopoulos.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am here this afternoon to bring forward a resolution for Council's consideration to sign on to an a national effort. And let me just pull up my PowerPoint. May I confirm that you can see my screen? I've been having some troubles today.
I cannot see a PowerPoint on your screen, Ms. Antonopoulos. I can see you. There's the PowerPoint.
It came up? Fantastic.
It is not, I believe, in slide mode, but I could be wrong.
It should be. Are we there yet?
No, but I see your cursor right over the presentation mode button. There we go.
Okay, fantastic. As I mentioned, I am here with a resolution for City Council's consideration to sign on to a national effort stating the City of Flagstaff's continued commitment to climate action. And I would like to provide just a brief history of why we're here today. And this really stems from the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement that worldwide leaders committed to. In June of 2017, the United States announced plans to withdraw from that Paris Agreement. And following that, the City of Flagstaff did adopt our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in November of 2018. And we did reference this in the plan and discuss with Council the specifics regarding the Paris Climate Agreement, which really was a global commitment to strengthen the response to the threat of climate change by keeping global temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius. And then in June of 2020, the Flagstaff City Council adopted the Climate Emergency Declaration, which targets a carbon neutrality goal by the year 2030. So this December 12th marks a 5-year anniversary of the Paris Climate Agreement. And that really is the impetus for this resolution in front of you today. So signing on to the statement, it would allow for the City of Flagstaff to join others in a call to the incoming administration and other federal policymakers to join us in a national response regarding climate action. And these 3 specific actions on the screen really highlight the emphasis of this statement, that we need to drive economic growth across every sector of the economy through job creating, sustainable investment. We need to expand U.S. leadership at home and abroad in climate action. And we need to focus on reimagining community partnerships to advance just and equitable climate solutions while building resiliency to climate change. So why? Well, this effort supports our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, and the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan recognizes the need for state and federal partners. This effort would also support specifics that were called out in the Climate Emergency Resolution, and specifically stated that through the Climate Emergency Resolution, Flagstaff would call on the state of Arizona, the federal, and all governments and peoples around the world to help mitigate global warming. And then thirdly, this effort supports our commitment through the Global Covenant of Mayors. And specifically in our commitment to the Global Covenant, there is a statement that says that we need to support the need for multi-level government collaboration in driving climate action. With all that in mind, the simple fact is that we, the City of Flagstaff, the community of Flagstaff, cannot achieve our carbon neutrality goals without our state and federal partners. This call to action, the We Are All In statement, will be a loud message and clear message to the incoming administration and to our regional partners and our state partners that we all need to take climate action. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I see that Mr. McCarthy would like to make a motion, but I believe that Mr. Odegaard has a comment. I'm going to go to any comments first, and then I would ask council to hold their motion so I could go back to Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just really like the statement saying we are all in. And of course, Flagstaff is there with being all in, you know, with our emergency resolution that we did earlier this year. You know, being carbon neutrality, yes, it's going to be a big lift, but I really believe it's going to be doable because it's just like what it says, being neutral with our carbon footprint here in our community. Because we all know, you know, I'm not going to give up my truck, but I can do something that truck is neutral in our carbon footprint. So looking forward what our community does, and we're already having conversations in other areas here in our community of how can we get to carbon neutrality within, I guess, 9 years now. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Antonopoulos, for your presentation and your work on this. Thank you, Council, for your support of these efforts ongoing, and thank you, City staff and the community for going along with us. You know, I think that, as Ms. Antonopoulos said, you know, this is a multi-level approach, and we alone can't do this. We really need this to be a team effort, kind of like the pandemic we're in, but staying on topic. We need to work together, and we can be a leader, and we can inspire others, and we can lead by example. So that's what this is to me. And what was I going to say? Oh, and that just, it starts with us, right? It starts with our city team, our city employees, our department heads, and all of us coming together to figure out where the rubber hits the road and how we best move forward collectively. So that we're all on board and there's buy-in across the levels of the city team. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
I'm going to go back to Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Someone once said, think globally, act locally. I think in this case, we need to act locally and act globally. So on behalf of my 3 grandchildren and all of your children, I would move that we adopt Resolution 2020-70.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So there has been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy, and there was a second by Mr. Aslan. I'm going to take further comments at this time, and I have a comment.
Well, a question, should I have a motion to read or to adopt?
To read.
It should have been a motion.
Okay, so I changed my motion to read.
Mr. Aslan, are you okay with that?
Let's see. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to take further comments at this time, and I do have a comment. You know, first and foremost, I am definitely interested in us moving this resolution forward. I think it's important, and I think it sets a good tone. And as Mr. McCarthy has said, actually the Vice Mayor has said, that, you know, it shows leadership and it seeks to inspire others. I want to be very clear, though, because we just had a conversation last week and the week before that I found to be very problematic. And that conversation seemed to pit the need for affordable housing against the need to address climate change. And it seemed to indicate that for some reason, we as not only a council, not only as a city, but we as individuals, for some reason lack the ability to tackle both problems at the same time. And I disagree with that. It was brought up last week and the week before that because we had declared a climate emergency, we could not declare a housing emergency here in our city. And that to declare a housing emergency here in our city would take away the validity of the climate emergency that we declared. And so I want to make sure that I state for the record that, one, I still disagree with that. And with regards to this particular resolution, saying that we are all in as a city does not mean that we are all in to the exclusion of people needing to have housing. of making sure that our workforce has dignified housing, of making sure that those most vulnerable in our community have a roof over their heads. I believe that we can be all in with climate change and addressing the issue of climate change, and all in when it comes to making sure that we have affordable housing options for the people that live in our community. So it is with that spirit in mind that I am all in, and I will be voting yes on this particular resolution. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, thank you for your comments and thank you for bringing that back to light. I think it's important that you shared that and that we have that discussion and, maybe touch upon this sensitive nerve that we all feel from that discussion that we had. But, I had tried to engage Ms. Antonopoulos the last couple of meetings or conversations on this topic, or at least the last one. And I know she's with us today, so maybe, and I know she sent us an email, but Ms. Antonopoulos, can you speak briefly to the overlap and the vision of the CAP and how it relates to affordable housing?
Perhaps before Ms. Antonopoulos speaks to that, thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for asking her to speak to that. I understand fully the connection between the CAP and affordable housing and the intersect and the overlap. I do think, though, that perhaps that the duality of our climate action and adaptation plan is not well known to many people, or we could do a better job as council and as a city making sure that people understand that affordable housing is one of the components, and the need to address housing for people is a component within our CAP. I don't believe that that's necessarily the case. And part of the arguments that were made, not the arguments, but part of the discussion that we had regarding which comes first, climate change or affordable housing, or can we do both? It seemed in my mind, this is me speaking on behalf of myself, that we were pitting one value against the other value. And I think we as a community can actually address both of those values at the same time. And I want to be clear that because I am all in with this does not diminish my support for the other. And in fact, I think the two can be working simultaneously together. I felt during the conversation about the housing emergency, that I was being told that because I supported the climate emergency in June, I was diminishing its impact if I supported the affordable housing crisis proposal. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands where I'm coming from, that I think we can do both, and that I'm not diminishing what I did last week with this particular action. Ms. Antonopoulos? I think you're on mute, Ms. Antonopoulos.
Oh, no, I was just clearing the screen. Thank you. And Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to chime in. And climate action and affordable housing and affordable living are absolutely in line with one another, and they are not exclusive. And it's a very difficult conversation that our community has been having. We, in the climate action and adaptation plan, and was noted in a very brief email to City Council, I did highlight some specific strategies and actions regarding accessible housing and housing that is also affordable in terms of affordable living, in terms of efficiencies and so forth. And this is very much a component of a sustainable community. If we can't have housing for our community members, then we can't have a sustainable community. We fully recognize that. And in the update that I'll be providing to Council in January, and then the climate emergency plan that will be coming forward to the new Council in February, there will be some specific information, some narrative regarding the tensions that can exist when we're talking about climate action. But we're also going to be talking about things that need to be considered simultaneously, and affordable housing and affordable living and climate action will be embedded in and firmly rooted into that discussion within the climate emergency plan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Antonopoulos. Mr. McCarthy?
I just want to say I agree that we can attack climate change and we can attack affordable housing issues, and we can do them both at the same time. We not only can, we should, we need to.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. So at this particular time, we have a motion made by the Vice Mayor and a second by the motion was made by Mr. McCarthy, I apologize, and there was a second by Mr. Aslan to read resolution number 2020-70 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council signing onto the We Are Still in Coalition's All-In Climate Statement.
Thank you so much. Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-70?
This is Charlie. I move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt a resolution number 2020-70. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 10. Item number 10 is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-68. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, authorizing the settlement of the matter of Tremaine Nez versus the City of Flagstaff et al. Case number CV08146, currently pending in the United States District Court for the District of Arizona. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-68 by title only and then adopt. Would this be Mr. Solomon?
Yes, Mayor, Council, Sterling Solomon, your city attorney. I don't have a presentation on this tonight. If you have any questions, I'm ready and willing to answer them. If necessary, to go into executive session, we can do that as well.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to read resolution number 2020-68 by title only.
Is there a second?
Second, Jim McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by Mr. McCarthy to read resolution number 2020-68 by title only. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, Jim McCarthy.
Mr. McCarthy?
I would just ask Mr. Solomon to give a extremely brief summary of what this is about. I know what it's about, but the public who are listening probably go, what is this all about? So I think in 1 or 2 sentences that can be solved.
Sure. This litigation stems from the arrest of Tremaine Nez by the Metro Narcotics Unit after he was misidentified as a person who had sold drugs. He was arrested and booked into jail for over 24 hours until he posted bond. It was later discovered through further investigation that he was not the person who had sold drugs, and the person who had sold drugs was discovered and arrested. The city has reached a settlement of this particular litigation, and it's subject to council's approval here tonight. So that tentative settlement and legal advice was obviously discussed in executive session, and that was back on November 17th. All that remains tonight is for you, the council, to approve that.
Thank you, Sterling. I think people out in the public will appreciate that summary.
You're welcome, Councilmember McCarthy.
Vice Mayor, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my apology to Mr. Tremendez and his family and friends. I'm glad that we're putting this behind us, and sincerely apologize for your experience. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the settlement of the matter of Tremaine Nez versus City of Flagstaff et al., case number CV08146, currently pending in the United States District Court for the District of Arizona.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-68?
This is Charlie. I move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Mr. McCarthy to adopt resolution number 2020-68. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
We are now down to item number 11. Item number 11 is recognition of the outgoing mayor and city council members. I am going to pass this over to our city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. We're going to do a little tag team here. I think Stacy's going to drive this PowerPoint presentation, and a few of us are going to speak. I will preface my comments by noting that on behalf of all of us, we wish we could be doing this in person. Nevertheless, here we are functioning under a global pandemic and doing things virtually, and this will be no exception to that. The other comment I'd like to share is while a few of us are involved in the presentation here, and Stacy, I can see the screen. I hope others can. While a few of us are involved, this is on behalf of the entire staff. It's a bit of a collective effort and an organic one coming from within the organization. So with that, we're going to start out by just noting many of the city council accomplishments over the last couple of years. And these are in no particular order, but I think it's quite appropriate that what tops the list here, of course, is the COVID response. And I'm not going to talk about all of these accomplishments, but I might take liberties here and single out a few. And I would like to comment on COVID. What an amazing, remarkable, challenging year it's been, and things haven't changed. In fact, with respect to COVID, things are worsening. But underlying all of this is how we as an organization have progressed through the pandemic, responding to it very appropriately, and now having some benefit of hindsight, we're able to look ahead, and we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. But over the course of the past year and going back to early spring, our ability to navigate through this amazing, devastating event has been facilitated through the wonderful leadership of our mayor and our council. So it's been no small feat. It's been a rather remarkable year in so many areas, and this one probably tops that list. Of course it does. Going through the list, we have the Rio de Flag funding, $52 million appropriation that we were notified of earlier this year. We have the cap and the climate emergency resolution, which council just chatted about and took action on again. We have the creation of the Indigenous Peoples Day, and more recently, the creation of the Indigenous Commission, along with the Housing Commission that occurred some time ago. Your Actions Matter campaign, the sales tax, the capital sales tax approval for the Lone Tree Overpass bond. Significantly, this summer, we took care of the public safety unfunded liability. That was no small lift. That was a huge accomplishment, saving this community $76 million. The completion of the core services and completion of the municipal court facilities, beautiful new facilities now thanks to this council. Next slide, please. The Winter Wonderland designation, the craft beer designation. I must have missed that one. Adding the second airline, United Airlines, to our services at the airport. The water conservation, the award-winning water conservation efforts. The adoption of the 2018 building codes. The funding of the Wildland Fire Program this past summer through a very creative and appropriate fee structure. The Veterans Home underway, and the adoption of a recession plan. Let me comment briefly on that last one, the recession plan. How fortuitous. We put that plan into motion in the formative stages over a year ago. We started that project at the staff level in November 2019. And by the time the plan was reaching finality in terms of its formation, the recession hit. We had COVID, and right on the heels of COVID, we had the recession. This council, in the adoption of that recession plan, placed this organization in on very good footing to handle this downturn. And what a wonderful tool. And it was put into place immediately, put into effect, and has thus far served us quite well. So kudos to the council and to the mayor for that effort. It was a timely event and with profound positive consequence on our budget. Council, we are going to divide this up a little bit here. I just wanted to start off by noting some of these accomplishments, but we're going to dive a little deeper into some items that are specific to our exiting council members and to our exiting mayor. So with that in mind, we have 3 segments of this presentation. And we're going to do a little tag team here, as I mentioned at the outset. We're without Shannon Anderson today, so in her stead, we have Sterling Solomon. Thank you, Sterling, for filling in for her. Sterling, I think, will kick this off, or actually, no, I'm wrong on that. I think Shane Dilley is going to kick this off and speak a little bit about Councilmember Charlie Odegaard, and then we'll hear from Sterling, who's going to chat a little bit about Councilmember Whelan. I'll come back and chat a little bit about Mayor Evans, and we'll wrap up. Shane, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Greg. I really appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Shane Dilley. I'm Deputy City Manager for the great city of Flagstaff. It's an absolute honor for me to be able to take a few minutes and provide a spotlight on Councilman Charlie Odegaard and his service to the community over the past 4 years as a member of the City Council. Councilmember Odegaard has a personal philosophy that which is that 70% of life is found in the act of showing up and participating. He truly believed, even though doing so may have taken him out of his comfort zone from time to time, that the most important thing in life is to be present and to be engaged. As a council member, Mr. Odegaard served most recently as a council liaison to a few of the city's boards and commissions, namely the city's audit committee, the city's beautification and public arts commission, and the city's transportation commission. To illustrate Mr. Odegaard's personal philosophy of service, Eliza Kretzman, the city's staff liaison to the Beautification and Public Arts Commission, had this to say about working with Councilmember Odegaard on their commission. Councilmember Odegaard goes above and beyond in his role as liaison to this commission. As an example, his company provided sewing machines to the Boys and Girls Club for their Sewing Club and Creation Spaces program, a program that the city contributed to as well through our annual grants with the Flagstaff Arts Council. Thank you, council member. And this is what Julie Lead, current chair of the Transportation Commission, had to say in reflection about Councilmember Odegaard's dedication to serving the community. She said one of the more memorable moments came when the commission and council were debating new e-bike laws. Councilmember Odegaard, not known for being an avid cyclist and wanting to understand all sides of the issue, personally visited a local bike shop and took an e-bike out for a spin. From the bike shop's reports and the councilman's own retelling, he had a wonderful time on the e-bike and to this day still ponders his own purchase of an e-bike. In light of council members' Odegaard's comment about keeping his truck. I wonder if that if he's realized his dream on an e-bike yet. That's just a side note. But I had a chance, members of the council, to visit with Councilman Odegaard prior to today's meeting. I asked him if he would reflect back on his term on council and share with me some of the projects and policy actions of the council that were most meaningful to him personally. He shared with me these capital projects and council enacted policies that he thought were of particular significance to him. We've heard about some of them already this evening. The Rio de Flag flood control project, the 4th Street I-40 bridge project, and then most recently tonight, that additional segment that brings added benefit to the bridge project on this slide. The new Flagstaff courthouse and the Flagstaff Veterans Home were some of the capital projects that he had mentioned. In terms of council policies, notable to him were the ban on smoking and vaping in public parks and public places, enhanced parental leave for staff, the T21 ordinance prohibiting the sale of tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21, and then, as mentioned just recently as well, the funding of the PSPRS retirement unfunded pension liability. So, as I spend some time on some of these projects and policies, I'll share some of the comments that Councilmember Odegaard shared with me as he reflected back on his time on the council. So to start, the Rio de Flag flood control project has always been near and dear to Councilmember Odegaard's heart. In reflection, he recalled a bit of a touch and go for this project over the years, but certainly over the last 4 years. He remembers very heated discussions occurring as the council wrestled with the challenge and complexity of a project of this magnitude. Councilmember Odegaard has been a staunch supporter of getting this project first funded and then completed. Many lobbying trips to DC and other meetings to to advocate for federal dollars and congressional support are under his belt. In the picture on the left, Mr. Odegaard is seen engaging Senator Sinema and Congressman O'Halloran on a field tour of the flood control project. The picture on the upper right is of Councilmember Odegaard in line with Mayor Evans and General Semonite of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers during a similar field tour of the project. The project, once completed, he reflected, will lift a terrible burden off the downtown businesses and historic neighborhoods in the community. And while unfortunate that he couldn't see the project's completion under his term, he is certainly extremely proud of the work done to get this project funded, which occurred last December, actually December of 2019, and programmed for completion with the U.S. Army Corps. So we'll spend some time here on the 4th Street overpass project. The 4th Street Bridge project is, as we all know, a major piece of the city's puzzle to improve an important north-south multimodal transportation corridor for our community. North-south corridors like this are far and few between, but greatly needed by our community. Councilman Odegaard, in reflecting back on this project, had this to say: "The project is a great example of a successful joint agency venture and partnership with the state." He said, "In the environment of partnerships, good things get done for the benefit of the community." Mr. Odegaard became the de facto community representative with the Arizona Department of Transportation early on in his term on council, when he made it a point to try to attend every meeting of the Arizona Transportation Board of Directors and advocate on the community's behalf. The center picture happens to be of Councilmember Odegaard advocating before this ADOT board on November 17 of the year 2017 in Wickenburg, Arizona. And it was for this particular project. In that meeting, he recalls stating how great it would be to have the project completed before the end of 2020. It just so happens that ADOT and the city held an event on October 17 of 2020 celebrating the completion of this project. With regards to the Flagstaff Veterans Home, which is under construction today, probably better than 50% done. And once complete, will be a welcomed amenity to the community. When Councilmember Odegaard was asked for his thoughts about this project, he immediately recognized Mayor Evans and former council members for their front-end lobbying effort with the state and for their vision, which resulted in action taken to set aside 10 acres of city-owned property for this project. Councilmember Odegaard recalls at one point hearing rumblings from the state that the cities of Yuma and Flagstaff as rural communities would likely not see a veteran's home come to fruition. At that point, Councilmember Odegaard pushed for the city's federal lobbyists to engage the governor's office to help protect the state's budgeted dollars from being reallocated elsewhere. Our lobbyist was successful in securing a letter of support from Governor Ducey in protecting the state's funding. Mr. Odegaard personally engaged Governor Ducey, seen in the picture on the left, and former Senators McCain and Flake in an effort to keep the veterans home on the front burner with our state's leadership. Mr. Odegaard's unyielding support and advocacy for the veterans home here in Flagstaff, seen conceptually in the image on the right, was instrumental in this project coming to fruition. Again, an amenity that the community in Northern Arizona will soon benefit from for many years to come. Now diving a bit into the policy side of things and in specific regard to the youth of the community, driven by the reality of our youth, that our youth will eventually become community leaders themselves, Councilmember Odegaard spoke with me passionately about the importance of supporting the youth in their accomplishments. He recalls many meetings with CATS, or the Coconino Anti-Tobacco Student Youth Group, who had approached him for support on their efforts to pass two pieces of local legislation. First, the ban on smoking and vaping in public parks and public places, and second, a prohibition of the sale of tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21. As a side note, both of these pieces of legislation were met with overwhelming support by the council and are now laws on the books. Councilmember Odegaard fondly recalls seeing former Mayor Joe Donaldson try to attend every Eagle Scout Court of Honor he could. Mr. Odegaard saw the impact this had on those young people and which made an indelible impression upon him. He committed early on in his term on council to try himself to attend these Court of Honor events in the BSA program with fellow council member McCarthy. Not sure if they missed a single event, at least ones that they were aware of. And I know that this made a huge impact on these young men. Now, Councilmember Odegaard, this is the last slide on my highlight of your service to the community as a member of the council. I closed these comments out with this slide because underscoring Mr. Odegaard's work as a council member was his motivation to ensure that he left his seat on the council in a better way than he came into it. Councilmember Odegaard recounts the significant importance of financial health and well-being of the community. Quote, it means everything, unquote, he said to me at one point in our conversation together. He mentioned how discouraging it was year after year as a council member to enter the budget process and to see so many community and city organizational needs mount up due to not having the financial ability to tackle them. He recognized that this was due in part to the very volatile nature of the city's yearly financial obligation to the unfunded pension liability. For years, Mr. Odegaard advocated strongly with others on the council for the council and staff to continuously work to explore options that might relieve the city of this financial problem. With his potentially last budget cycle as a council member staring him at the face this past July, Mr. Odegaard engaged our city manager, Greg Clifton, with an ask for staff to look for any option we haven't already explored. The picture on the left is of the city's representative team meeting with Mr. Michael Townsend, who serves currently as the administrator for the Arizona's Public Safety Pension Retirement System. And the picture on the right is of some of the members of the city's team meeting with the city's financial advisor and consultant, Stiefel. Together, these two groups forged a financial path forward to address the uncertainty of this financial obligation. The financial plan was presented to council in early spring this year and was met with overwhelming support by the council. The plan was immediately put into motion, and the city will now enter its upcoming budget cycle for the first time in many years with new financial certainty and capacity, a capacity which is certainly welcomed and will be ongoing for years to come. He said this, of all the sound policy decisions of this council over the past 4 years, he is most proud of this particular policy act. Thank you for your years of formal service to the community, Councilmember Odegaard. We recognize that your service to the community didn't start with your election onto City Council, and knowing your nature, it certainly won't be the end here at the close of your term, but will continue for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deely, very much. I appreciate it. I think that's all I'll say because I'm fighting back tears. So thank you.
Thank you, Shane. And Sterling, thank you very much, Shane, for that. And Councilmember Odegaard, we're right there with you. Sterling, are you prepared to chat with us a little bit about Councilmember Whelan?
I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. City Manager Clifton, I'm actually very honored to be able to do this today. I will say a special thanks to Deputy City Manager Shannon Anderson for putting this information together to present. She would have loved to have done so. Unfortunately, she's unable to be with us this evening. But even at the last minute, it's an honor for me, like I said, to be before you this evening to recognize the contributions of Councilmember Jamie Whelan. The next slide, please. So Councilmember Whelan has served on the City Council since 2016. During the first 2 years of her term, she was seated as the Vice Mayor. I had the privilege of working with her during that time on the conduct of meetings when the mayor could not be present. And I can tell you that it was an honor to watch her as she learned, and she was a quick study as to the conduct of the meetings. During her time on council, she focused on transportation, water, youth, and regional opportunities. She served as the president of the Mountain Line Board and as the vice president of Northern Arizona Municipal Water Users Association, which is commonly known as NAMWA. She was also the council liaison to the city's Water Commission. And anybody who knows anything about Northern Arizona knows that water is an essential and highly valuable resource for us. She served on the executive board for Launch and the Youth Commission for Stronger as One coalition, and also on the Northern Arizona Council of Governments, also commonly known as NACOG. Jamie represented us well, represented the city well and the community well in all of these roles. I particularly want to emphasize again the contributions that she made in seeking to protect and preserve the resource of water. I'm particularly involved in that as the city attorney, and Jamie has worked closely with me as well as others in the Water Resources Department. Moving on to her love of education and learning and a desire to bring ideas home to Flagstaff, it inspired her to do as much as she could as she served in these important roles. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So Councilmember Whelan served on the Water Commission, like I said, and as liaison to, or not served on it, but was a liaison to the Water Commission. Interim Water Services Director Ryan Roberts wanted to express his appreciation for Councilmember Whelan's support and participation. He made this statement: I want to thank Councilmember Whelan for all her support and participation in the Water Commission. Jamie has always been very supportive of our water conservation efforts for all her years of service. Recently, she was also very helpful in identifying a maintenance leak in our distribution system on De Silva Avenue. While this situation was somewhat embarrassing that we had not addressed it sooner, we did appreciate the spirit in which the leak was identified and shared. It was a great example that we're all in this together. Jamie has always advocated strongly to protect Northern Arizona water resources, both new wells and Red Gap Ranch, as well as serving as vice chair of NAMWA. We want to thank her for her service and dedication and let her know she will be missed. So as noted above, her support on conservation efforts, identifying a maintenance leak, and protecting Northern Arizona water resources were just a couple of the items that Ryan has highlighted here. The Water Commission wishes to thank Councilmember Whelan for her service and dedication as well. Next slide, please. So Jamie also was on the Mountain Line. Jamie also served on the Mountain Line board. The Mountain Line CEO and General Manager Heather Dalmelin also had this to say about Councilmember Whelan and her service on the board of directors. Councilmember Whelan joined their board in 2017, became the vice chair in 2018, and chair in 2019. During this time, the board was successful in attracting more than $20 million in federal funding, completed 2 leadership transitions, and took on several significant efforts in the community. Councilmember Whelan was an advocate for transit in Flagstaff in the community and for Mountain Line Mountain Line greatly appreciates her contributions and work to support Mountain Line. Next slide, please. Jamie was also instrumental in the residential EcoPass program, at the beginning of the new downtown connection center, which we're still in progress on, and the adoption of a 5-year transit plan, and the start of a seasonal ticket service to the ski resort. In addition, Mountain Line also completed 4, if you could go to the next slide, please. Mountain Line also completed 4 regional service studies for the 180 corridor, rapid transit for the Milton corridor, a Winslow transit plan, and a potential transit plan in central Yavapai. Next slide, please. When Councilmember Whelan reflected on her time with City Council, she expressed how honored she was to have had the opportunity to serve the community that had given her so much and the connections that she was able to make with council, the community, and with city staff. She recalled some of the work that council accomplished during her time of service, such as the funding for the Rio de Flag project, the addition of a new airline, working with NAU on composting and building relations with our Indigenous neighbors and community members. On a personal note, in building the relations with community members, I want to say that as the vice mayor and as a council member, Councilmember Whelan really took great pains to encourage us to go out to various tribal lands to meet with tribal councils. The amount of care and concern and passion that she had and shared with them for the well-being of the tribal partners that we have in our areas and the Indigenous peoples in this area. It was very heartwarming, and Councilmember Whelan, you've done a great job in improving relations with the Indigenous peoples. On another personal note, in working closely with Councilmember Whelan, I've learned and developed the utmost respect for her kindness, passion, and professionalism. You will truly be missed as a member of the council. As a member of the council. Councilmember Whelan felt privileged to be a part of the City Council and to serve, and we thank her for all of her contributions.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that nice narrative. We're going to circle back, and this is my cue. I'd like to chat briefly about Mayor Evans. You'll note on the frame in front of you that Mayor Evans has served in that capacity from 2016 to the present day. But prior to that, she served on the council from 2008 to 2016. If you do some quick math, she has over 12 years of tenure in service to this community. I'd like to first start out by noting some overall attributes of Mayor Evans, and then we'll talk a little bit more about special accomplishments and things that she's has taken pride in being a part of. I did have a sit down with her recently, and so much of what you're going to hear is the result of a one-on-one that I had, but all of this is pretty obvious to us. I wish we had a lot more time because it would take a lot more time to cover the many, many things with all three of these exiting leaders. With regard to Mayor Evans' attributes, the first one is quite notable. She is serving as the first Black female mayor for the city of Flagstaff. Mayor Evans, you have made history. Attributes that would speak to her entire tenure with the council and as mayor would include the following. She is noted for forging many multiple working partnerships. She has provided leadership through not one, but two recessions, multiple natural disasters, including flooding, and of course the museum fire. And as noted at the outset of this presentation, a global pandemic where we find ourselves right now. It was Mayor Evans' leadership on the front end of this pandemic that resulted in immediate action by the city of Flagstaff, leading the way, being the first in the state of Arizona. I see a note from Council Member Aslan that he believes that Coral Evans, Mayor Evans, may be the first Black female mayor in all of Arizona. So forgive me for understating the significance of that. Thank you. Another attribute is that she's a strong advocate for social infrastructure. She's a champion of local control. I'll note on that one that that's an item that we hope carries forward, Mayor, wherever you land in what's likely to be an amazing career path for you. We know that you will always have local control in your heart, and we appreciate that. We will need that support. And also, Mayor Evans, one of her strong attributes is she's a supporter of education. I will note here as an aside, and I do not have her resume in front of me, but I know that she is very accomplished with her academic credentials and is currently finishing up her PhD, which evidences the importance she places upon education. When we talk about her specific accomplishments and items that we could regard as legacies for this community, she has been a strong advocate for neighborhoods, and specifically the Sunnyside neighborhood, where she has been involved with the neighborhood association. Same is true with the Southside Community Association and the La Plaza Vieja neighborhood plan. We always hear Mayor Evans speak to the values and the importance of taking care of all neighborhoods throughout the community, including those that arguably have been underserved through the years. Mayor Evans has done much to enhance the social infrastructure in our community. Of note, and the items that are near and dear to her heart, the Boys and Girls Club, Launch Flag, the mobile consulate services, and the Veterans Home. We heard Shane Dilley speak at length about the Veterans Home, and I will not restate that story. It's a heartwarming story. Mayor Evans had quite a bit of involvement in that project as well, and I'm sure that it's gratifying, Mayor, to see that that project is underway. Next slide, we have the advancement of social equities, also a very, not just an important goal for the mayor, but one of our key community priorities, as stated by the entire council and as vetted with our community. And underlying that would be the relations, of course, that we continue to build with our neighboring Indigenous communities. The very recent creation, I believe at the last council meeting, in fact, of the Indigenous Commission, a work in progress for some time. Thank you, Rose Tohi, for your involvement in that. And when I had to sit down with Mayor Evans, she went back a few years and talked about the LGBTQ ordinance, which took some effort in the city of Flagstaff to have it enacted. But I think that was brought to fruition, I believe, around 2012 to 2013, and through a lot of effort by Mayor Evans, Councilmember Evans at the time. She has also checked a few boxes with respect to environmental sustainability. The mayor's water challenge is noted, and as has been noted frequently in this meeting and in recent meetings, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Also, the creation or institution of a lot of open spaces and trails. Continuing on with accomplishments and legacies, we can add to the social infrastructure, the hardscape, the bricks and mortar projects, the community infrastructure, of which she has been a part of. And we've heard about some of these projects, but you cannot speak too much to these items. They are amazing projects, including the new municipal courthouse, which just opened its doors a couple of months ago and is absolutely a beautiful addition to our downtown environment. The Rio de Flag Flood Control Project, much has been talked about there. This has been a project very important to the mayor, of course, as it is to the entire council. I was at a meeting just a week ago with the new colonel for the Army Corps representing this region and representing or at the table with the Rio de Flag project. She made the trip to Flagstaff. And the mayor was there, and it was very good to see that introduction being made. And as she has always done, the mayor expressed quite artfully how important this project is to the community, to the Southside neighborhood, and how it's been on the table for a couple of decades. So it was, I think, a very meaningful meeting to witness. Mayor, I was glad to have you at the table there. The new core services facility and the Aquaplex also can be added to that list. And then in the arena of education and knowledge, we have Launch Flag and also the Community Policy Trust, which the mayor's been, has spearheaded that particular project with great success. If we were to identify personal gratifications, if we were to ask the mayor what has been important to her, as I did when I had to sit down with her, she was quick to identify the Veterans Home with some very compelling stories underlying that project. She also mentioned the Rio de Flag project, of course, and the new courthouse. But giving it a little bit more thought, she also mentioned that what has been an important and very gratifying accomplishment for her has been the involvement in seeing much more diversification and inclusivity in the Flagstaff community. And of course, she noted the partnerships. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the partnerships. If we go to the next slide, just a sampling in front of you as to the many partnerships that she has been instrumental in forging, including our wonderful partnership with United Way, the I-40 Corridor Mayors Group, the Greater Arizona Mayors Association, GAMA, and her involvement with the Arizona League of Cities and Towns. Along with our state and federal delegations, very healthy relationships at both the state and federal level. Our involvement with the Chamber of Commerce, our involvement with the Downtown Business Alliance, we'll be hearing a little bit from them later on. Our involvement with the university, our involvement with the county, all these partnerships, so critically important to our community. We must operate well together and do things in unison. And Mayor Evans has been masterful at not just forging the partnerships, but fostering very good ongoing relationships with our partners. I asked Mayor Evans about her philosophies and styles with respect to how she presides over these meetings, presiding at the dais. And she offered up these quotes. I had the opportunity to learn for 8 years watching other mayors and learning the value of public input, time management, and inclusion. The advice that I followed was simple. Don't talk, guide. Wonderful quote, Mayor. She continued, I learned to be brief with my remarks and to use the bully pulpit wisely. It is important to know your colleagues. Always give credit to others and strive to be inclusive. I'm going to wrap up by showing some photos, and in front of you, and these will occupy a couple of frames. We have just a nice sampling of photos of Mayor Evans. I'll note for the benefit of all who may be watching that while face masks are worn in many of these photos, there are photos that actually do precede the pandemic. So not everybody's wearing a face mask in these images, but Mayor Evans, a nice sampling here, some action shots of you, group shots of you with your many colleagues, honoring our service providers, honoring our first responders, as you have always done. Next slide. Nice sampling. And the next slide. On this one, I could not resist but including the photo of you with the person in the lion costume, because I like that photo, and also the photo of you leading us across the street in our nation's capital. What a wonderful Abbey Road retake. We call it Cappy Road because the Capitol's in the background. I'd like to finish with my narrative about Mayor Evans with a wonderful quote that she shared with me when we were talking about legacies and personal fulfillments. And the quote reads, I feel that as I look back upon it all, a personal goal that was important to me was simply to see Flagstaff being loved. So that is my piece on Mayor Evans. Before you, Mayor and Councilmember Odegaard and Councilmember Whelan, is a frame that shows 3 pictures that are coming your way. These were produced within the organization, so there's the costs on this were minimized. We're trying to keep things simple and very genuine. So this is from the organization. These are just collages. Kudos to Ralph and his team in Economic Vitality for helping us with this. These will be framed collages for each of you with your name at the bottom. And we hope that you would feel, as we do, that these are just a nice representation of your service. So with that, we are grateful. I'm going to turn off my mic before I embarrass myself and allow others to speak to this. Thank you.
Well, thank you, City Manager. Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, Deputy City Manager Dilly. I am going to go to public comment first, and then I'm going to come back to council to see if they have anything they would like to say. I would then allow Mr. Odegaard, Ms. Whelan, and myself to make a few ending comments at that time. City Clerk?
Hi, Victor. You are up. You may feel free to speak to Mayor and Council.
Good evening. This is Victor Daniels with the Arizona Department of Veteran Services. And I'd like to first read a letter from Director Wright of the Arizona Department of Veteran Services in Phoenix that she wrote to the mayor. It says, Dear Mayor Evans, on behalf of the Arizona Department of Veteran Services, I would like to thank you for your leadership and support as we work to get a state veterans home in Flagstaff. Your support repeatedly played a role in convincing the state legislators that having a veterans home in Flagstaff was the right thing to do. There is no way to fully express our appreciation for your commitment to our cause. I believe the home will be a community asset for Flagstaff, as well as a place for our veterans and their families to have excellent care when required. We wish you the best in your next chapter of your journey, and know that we are here to support our veterans wherever they reside in the great state of Arizona. Sincerely, Wanda Wright, Director, Department of Arizona Veteran Services. And just on a personal note, I would like to say thank you to Coral. She made all this possible from a long, long time ago. From the first call, when she called Raymond, that she had read Yuma was getting a home, and why wasn't Flagstaff? And that started the whole thing all over again. And here we are today, not too far out, less than a year out from completion. And things are moving along great. And again, I've known Coral ever since I was here with Congressman J.D. Hayworth when I was his Northern Arizona coordinator back in 2011, I think it was, when I moved to Flagstaff. And just wanted, when she was still actually at the Goodwill. So I've seen her grow and get into politics and move down the road to do all she can to help the community. And I just want to say, personally, thank her for everything she's done for the city, but mostly for the veterans to help them out here in Flagstaff. So to the council, thanks for giving me the opportunity to thank Coral publicly for everything she's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. City Clerk?
Rose Tohi, you may start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, and yat to Mayor Evans and City Council members. Shay Tachini no Danchnido, Kalachini Bashichin, Ashkazoy, the Shinaldo, Shi the Shiche. Those are my 4 clans that I identify with as a Navajo woman, Dene woman. My name is Rose Tohi. And tonight I just want to say that I'm speaking as a community member, and I just think it's really important to express the urgent work that's been accomplished so far, and especially when you all supported the hard conversations of the forums of 2016 and 2017, coming from and going in and really being available to the Indigenous community. And at the end of this and going forward, we all learned, and you all learned as well from us and we from you. There's been some real outcomes, although as starting points we have begun to build some real frameworks which are meaningful, and that was the whole reason why we've done what we've done in talking and having conversation. So I know on my behalf and my family, my husband, who was a former city council member, and then also a former judge within Flagstaff, and our 3 grown sons, we are grateful. Council member Charlie Odegaard, Council member Jamie Whelan, and Mayor Coral Evans. I want to say your names in the presence of this sacred place, in the presence of our sacred mountain, because you are someone's child. You're someone's mom. You're someone to somebody who loves you. I hope and I pray that you will continue to be blessed through the richness of our relationship, our kinship that we formed, not just with the indigenous community, but with others as well. Thank you for all you've done. I just want to say thank you, Ayahat, for all the support you've given. Ayahat.
Thank you, Miss Rose. Thank you, Rose. I believe that's all the public comments we have on this item. Council, do you have any comments? Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the mayor, Jamie Whalen, and Charlie Odegaard for tone. And what I mean by that is that the tone of so much of our previous city councils and what's going on in Washington, D.C. Is so unproductive. And the tone of our council, since I've been on council, which is the same as Charlie and Jamie, and Mayor, of course, you've been there longer and have seen more. But the tone during your tenure has been very positive. And there's been times where we didn't agree, but no hard feelings. We move on and work on the next issue. And we have come together way, way more times than we haven't come together, and we've gotten things done. So I appreciate that, and I just hope that the next council can learn from that and that we have a tone of respect and cooperation and tolerance. So thank you all three. I will be seeing all three of you. You're still my friends. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
I think this is going to be harder than I thought it was. Mayor Evans and council members Whelan and Odegaard, thank you so much for your public service, for your passion and your leadership on so many issues, especially affordable housing. And thank you for the example you've each showed me along the way. I've learned so much from each of you, and I consider all three of you to be friends that I will continue to lean on and rely upon during my own journey through public service. I know you'll be around, and I hope you know that you each always have my ear as our next council continues to tackle so many thorny issues. And I can't say enough how much your voices from the dais will be missed, but I know that your impact will continue to be felt. And Coral, I particularly want to take a moment to thank you publicly for the mentorship that you've provided to me personally these past 2 years. I've learned and grown so much under your leadership and your personal direction. I cherish the conversations we've had and the things that you've taught me about our city, about governing, and about how just to walk in this world with your head held high and your sights set strongly, and how to strengthen my emotional intelligence and my duty to this office above my personal ego and preferences. You have shown me so much, and I will forever be in your debt. You know, it's no secret we don't always agree with each other on the issues. And I think sometimes we're closer to agreement than we think, but we get caught up in some of the details. But we shouldn't have to be able to agree all the time. Just like Councilmember McCarthy was saying, what we do have is respect for each other. I don't think council would be reflecting the true range of values and opinions held by those throughout the city if we all saw things all the same way. But what I love about this council so much is how respectful and civil and supportive we've been with each other in spite of our differences, even when passions get high. And I sort of have a great example of this. I hesitated to do anything about this ahead of time because I wasn't sure how you'd react. But I'm kind of just going to do it. The best I can do is put this on the chat box. And maybe somebody else can put it up on the screen. I don't know how that works. Oh, someone's getting nervous out there.
I think you have to put it on the screen. You can't put it in the chat.
Well, we'll figure that out. I want to finish my thought first. You know, we had this surprisingly contentious and heated debate around electric bikes in Flagstaff. I think it's one of the more infamous and strange little things that dramas, to overuse a term, that we've had as a council. And one of my favorite memories of you is when we were in DC, hanging out, and I probably forced you to do this, you poor thing, but I got you onto an electric scooter with me, and we had some photos taken. I'm not sure if this photo's showing up here. Yeah. And I just love the expressions on our faces. I think pictures can, you know, are worth 1,000 words a lot of times. And the thing is, you know, this has been a council that, in spite of our differences, we can laugh at ourselves and we can have a good time and we can enjoy who we are to each other and the things that we can offer each other. And I'm so grateful for that. I'd be happy to get that photo up. I don't know how to do it, I guess. It got stuck there. But I also want to talk with you, Mayor, about one other important moment for me, and that is when you and I had the privilege and the great honor of joining you at the African American History Museum in DC. It was on that same trip. And that was one of the most moving moments of my life, I have to say. I think that space is built to be emotional and moving to begin with. But to be there with you, Arizona's first Black woman mayor, and to experience the breadth of the history and the atrocities and just the heaviness and the weight of the lived Black experience in America throughout our history, and to sort of stand back and absorb all that through your eyes was one of the greatest gifts I think I could ever receive. And we cried together, and I really appreciate the vulnerability that you showed me. Coral, I was scared to death of you when I first got on council. You are a very intimidating woman. And to know how far we've come, and to share that level of friendship and to be in that moment together, experiencing something so big, and at the same time standing behind you and knowing what lies ahead for Black people in this country and the leadership that you're able to show and the wonderful things and the values and the assets you're going to bring forward was really, really, really a nice full circle for me. So again, thank you, all three of you, for putting yourselves out there these past 4 years. Your impact has been real. Your impact has been personally felt by me, all three of you, and I wish you all more successes and joys ahead as you find new ways to share your amazing talents with our community. And I love you guys, I really do.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Wow, Councilmember Aslan, that was amazing, very beautiful and powerful. Thank you for sharing. Well, I have a few things I wanted to mention. Councilmember Odegaard, I'm going to start with you. So you and I met back in 2016 when we were running, and it was a great campaign, and we had great debates, great discussions. We did our best. We knocked on doors, right? And in the end, you beat me. And I'm very proud to say that you beat me because I am so pleased with your work on council as an elected official and am so grateful to you. And when I was elected in 2018, I was excited to work by your side and with this council. And I knew that you were someone that was going to put their ego aside and show up and do the work, right? And you were going to be the best you could be, and that you were a man of integrity. And you care for our most vulnerable, our voiceless, our youth, and the general well-being of the entire community. And for that, I respected you. You and Glenda are people of faith, and the work that you do with your church and with the overflow winter needs of our unsheltered population humbles me and is inspiring. And I'm just so blown away by the work you do as a humble giant leader, day in, day out, at all levels of your life. I felt like we were able to work together, but I felt like there was a moment where things shifted. And it was when we were driving down to Tucson, I want to say it was, for a League of Cities event. And I'm, stoked about the drive because I love driving alone, get my own head. And I have my old diesel Mercedes that I like to drive, and it's an enjoyable experience. But I'm driving up that hill. I think it's by Cordes Junction. And the car overheats, and I pull over. And it's just spewing out coolant. And I'm just kind of like watching the car, not too sure what's going to happen, how I'm going to handle it. It's in the summer. This is the beginning of the drive. And then you pull over and you say, "Hey, Vice Mayor, do you need a lift?" And at first I was like, "No, I'm good. I'll figure this out." But, in the back of my head, I thought to myself, wow, maybe this is meant to be. Maybe this is where we have a turning point. We really start building a solid connection of a relationship. And so put the car aside, got in your car and drove with you down to Tucson. And I'm just so glad that happened the way it did. And I'm so glad that you stopped to pick me up. I want to say thank you for always having integrity, an open mind, and an open heart. Your dedicated work to bring people and agencies together to collaborate on projects that wouldn't get done if it wasn't for partnership is, again, inspiring and moving mountains. I know we certainly will be missing you on council and really hope that you do stay involved, as I know that you will. So thank you for your service, Councilmember Odegaard. Councilmember Whelan.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Whelan, where do I begin? I came to NAU in 2005 as a student studying special education, but I wasn't exactly a good student. I struggled to show up to classes. But something I was inspired to do was to seek out the best professors that university had, not only in the Department of Education, but across the campus. And your name came up in my research as someone I needed to sit down and have a class with. And I'll never forget the classes I took with you. That first class I had with you was life-changing, at least. I mean, you had the class in tears, talking about being the change today and not waiting for tomorrow to do the things we feel passionate about doing. And you inspired us and me to just, be the best teacher we can and be proud to be on the track of public engagement, public service through being a teacher in special education. And you talked to us about your work with Sanawa High School at the time, where we were having suicides, and that you were showing up and facilitating a lunch period for kids to come and just speak. And I'll never forget our trips to Sanawa on Wednesdays to facilitate that space and just that connection that we had. Being someone with dyslexia and having a reading disability, you read chapters to me regularly. And not many people know that. You were that professor that went above and beyond to make sure that every student was being accommodated and served. And you did that for me, and I am forever grateful to you for being that teacher to help me with getting through the curriculum of your classes. You overrode me, you allowed me to be in classes that you were teaching that I wasn't technically supposed to or allowed to be in. And you really, brought out the best in me as a student. In 2016, I was inspired and excited to be running with you. and side by side with you, and thought that we did a great job. And, you know, for you as a brand new person running for office, getting elected vice mayor, I was so proud. You know, you have inspired so many of us in this community and have touched so many of us. And just, you know, before you got elected, and since you've been elected, you've been all in, 100%. You know, you get out what you put in with this job as an elected official, and you put in all of yourself. You know, you joined groups, you chaired groups, you brought people together, you met with the public, and you really gave all of yourself. And that was just amazing to witness and to see and to be a part of and be a partner and a teammate to you. You know, you haven't just inspired me, you've inspired people around the globe, and you have a huge heart that you share with all of us. I really wish you the best in this next chapter. I know you will continue to inspire people and be very proud of your work, because you've inspired so many of us, and including myself, to really be the best I can be through your own personal example. So thank you, Councilmember Whelan. Mayor, you know, I began Speak Up, this little local activist group, back in 2014. And we were streaming council meetings at the Wall of Flag group. I didn't know who the mayor was. I didn't know who the council members were. I had no idea who the city manager was. I know that a city manager position even existed. I was clueless to government and politics, but I knew that I needed to stream the council meetings to better connect people, including myself. And I'll never forget, you know, every time you spoke, that group would always be like, hey, be quiet, be quiet. Councilmember Evans at the time is speaking, is about to speak. And you would speak, and you would just every time hit it out of the park and just be the voice that we all, or a lot of us, were really seeking on council. You know, really reflecting the values and the needs of the voiceless and the people of Flagstaff, and doing that from a position of which you were the minority on council. You were not in the majority a lot of times, but you did it every time. And honestly, we were cheering to you and toasting to you every time you spoke. And when we would come to council on more heated conversations, we knew that you would be an advocate for our values. And so thank you for being that inspiration and that hope, even in a dark time when we were in the minority as our values. The will that you have to fight as the underdog time and time again in your life is just amazing. And you have a flame of energy and passion that is so powerful and beautiful. And I'm just so proud of all the work you've done and the collaboration that I've been able to achieve with you and the work ahead of you. You know, back in those days, my family wasn't here. I'm a Jew, right? And Mayor Evans took it upon herself to invite me to her family's Christmas events. And so I wouldn't be alone on Christmas hanging out in my lonesome in my room. I would be having dinner and a beautiful meal with her and her family and friends. And in your old antique family home. And that was just really special. You know, on a personal level, you took it upon yourself to go the extra mile. You know, and I know you were busy and you had 100 things on your plate, but you made it a point to make sure that Uncle Adam had a seat at the table, and Destiny was, you know, like family to me. And so thank you for that. 2016, again, you know, bringing it back to politics. We were the underdogs, right? People thought maybe you can get a couple of you elected, maybe the mayor, maybe not, I don't know. But we did it, and we did it big, and we flipped the council majority back then. And I'll never forget that first meeting that you chaired, Mayor. Packed room, right? And standing room only. And I remember standing there shaking as you were speaking, because I was so excited and emotional to see this change, and to see you as the mayor of Flagstaff was just such a powerful experience, and with your leadership and your values. 2018, I ran again. I joined the team, I joined the group, and the first year and a half, we're bumpy. You know, it was not easy for me. And Mary, you and I met weekly, every week on Mondays, and you would sit down and talk to me and say, Adam, how are you doing? Vice Mayor, how are you doing? I said, I'm not doing good, my head hurts from running into the wall every week is how I felt. And I had a very steep learning curve for that first year and a half. And I also believe it was because of your leadership. Even when we were disagreeing, which was pretty frequent at times, frequently, you kept it as professional as you could as mayor and as a colleague to best support me in my personal growth through this learning curve of being an elected official. And I appreciate that so much in our relationship and in you, that we can have those hard conversations and disagree, but then we still communicate and work together. So I want to thank you as the mayor and on a personal level for being someone who values collaboration and statesmanship. Someone who can work through the difficulties and rise above and do what's best for all. Mayor, you have not only led at some of our most difficult times, but you have done it while also including the entire council and holding space for us to all come together and put our minds together. You have not forgotten your roots, and where you came from in your decision making. Often we are in spaces where certain voices are missing from the table, and you have always elevated their concerns to the discussion and have been their advocate. The relationships that you have built across town, the region, the state are tremendous. And you work with other mayors at the League of Cities and so much more. Just wow, very impressive and very humbled by your efforts that you've built and invested in yourself. Now, as you look ahead, I know you will continue to do excellent work with Senator Kelly, and while remaining very involved as a citizen and in your new capacity. And I look forward to that collaboration. I want you to know that we at the city will continue to work hard on the path that we are on, that there is a lot of change around us, but at our core, we are strong. And I just want to thank you so much for your service. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council Members Odegaard and Councilmember Whelan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Member Odegaard, I will always admire you for your deep roots in the community and your unparalleled, energetic dedication as a council member. Your proven statesmanship that is grounded on comprehensive experience, diligence, consensus building, and irreproachable love for Flagstaff and our growing diverse community. Your track record of success will continue to be my inspiration. This includes job creation, economic development and diversification, metropolitan planning, transportation, attainable housing, law enforcement, public art, and open space, while pursuing prudent spending, fiscal responsibility, and high-performing governance. Council Member Whelan, you are an epitome of a daring leader. You courageously and clearly articulate your perspective and create space for understanding, collaborative partnership. Hold on a second. While embracing difficult decisions and forward-looking, out-of-the-box thinking, your exemplary stewardship and multifaceted leadership, encompassing education, workforce development, water conservation, public transit, attainable housing, social justice, and economic resiliency, combined with your fortitude, diligence, and candor, had served Flagstaff well. Madam Mayor, I will always look up to you. Your steadfast, compassionate, and daring leadership, combined with indomitable statesmanship. You have been the driving and balancing force in bringing people together from our diverse community, initiating dialogues on what hurts the city and the challenges that lies ahead, discerning who are not on the table, and acknowledging and lifting up the many voices of the people, and figuring out what we can do individually and collectively. Your phenomenal leadership has changed the story and history and the future of our evolving and thriving beloved city of Flagstaff. I am immensely thankful for all your leadership. I am honored and privileged to serve with you on council. I am profoundly grateful for your mentorship and enduring friendship. So in anticipation of today's tribute, this morning when I woke up, I had my daily meditation and prayers that today I dedicated to council members Odegaard, Willen, and Madam Mayor Evans. Allow me to share with you my centering thought for today as I greet you happy trails. You are a magnificent being, radiating abundance to do amazing things. If a deep desire lives in your heart, a path exists to bring it to life. Your heart is your compass. Set your course in the direction that your heart commands, and everything will be all right. Go with your passion. Follow your joy. Reconnect with your true bliss. Sending love, peace, and light. I love you all.
Mr. Odegaard, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Ms. Rose Tohi for those prayers and well wishes, and thank you, Councilmember Salas, for that also. Just want to say to the Vice Mayor, I hope you bring to the table, as you always do, the passion of our youth, and especially with what we started with the Youth Commission, to see that come to fruition for our community. Because as we know, and as from our youth participation for the past 4 years I've been on the council, it's very energetic, and there's so much they can offer to our community and providing governance for our community. Councilmember Salas, you'll be the voice of the business community here in Flagstaff, and the importance on carrying that on. Thank you for touring the business listening tours that we had, and the importance of diversifying our economy, especially with what's happened with that pandemic as COVID, of the importance of that diversification so our community can weather those storms. I know you got a decision next week coming up. Hopefully you and the rest of my colleagues and future mayor and council members realize the importance of that diversification for our community. Councilmember Aslan, we have the CAP, and we did the climate emergency declaration to be carbon neutral by 2030. I know it's a huge lift, but I really believe we can do it as a community. I've already been having conversation with other members in the community that not part of the organization of the city about how we as a community can get there. And so people are pretty excited here in our community about this. And we have broad support for us to get there as a community. And I know we can do it. It's not going to be easy, some hard decisions, but we can do it. And then Councilmember McCarthy, I really enjoyed your friendships. I really believe we've become, I guess, best buds on the Flagstaff City Council. Really enjoyed that. And there's still housing, as you just mentioned earlier, that we need to get across the finish line for our community. I want to thank you for voting the acquisition of some property here in Flagstaff to bring into our inventory to make a difference of our city-owned and managed housing here in Flagstaff. And I hope you will carry that on of what's been started to make a difference here in the community. Councilmember Whelan, you know, there's many pictures. I was reminiscing not too long ago of you and I sitting at dinners together and bike to work week together, and I've really enjoyed your partnership, your friendship on the Flagstaff City Council. And Mayor Evans, didn't know you real well before I got elected on the Flagstaff City Council, but you've been a great mayor. You had to make some really tough decisions. I'm not sure if I could have made those, especially at the start of this pandemic. And you did a good job. You really did, and I really appreciate it, and really appreciate your mentorship and collaboration that we did together on projects and delivering those to our community here in Flagstaff, and try to ignore the noise and realize what's important for the entire community, not just certain segments in our community. And that's really important. And I really want to remind my colleagues on the Flagstaff City Council to remember that of the entire community when you think about your decision makings, how important that is, because there's a lot of voices out there that we do not get to listen to, and we need to be cognizant of that. And so, and you know, there was that presentation from Mr. Dilly. I really appreciate that. But I really want to say thank you to our city manager, Mr. Greg Clifton. You've been a great city manager, and you'll continue to be a great city manager going forward for our organization in your leadership. And I remember one of the first times you were just new at being the city manager, and I had asked you, I go, city manager, I need you to speak up sometimes when we have discussions so we don't reinvent the wheel, because you've seen these a few times, and you've done that, and you've done that when it's appropriate, and thank you for that. And I just appreciate everybody in the organization. It's like family to me, and so thank you. And I'll let you go for the moment, and I'll be back in a few minutes when we continue our council meeting. So thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Wow. What a beautiful honor it's been to serve the city of Flagstaff, our community. And that's really all that I had wanted to do. But so many gifts came. So many gifts came in the getting to know the staff and seeing how hard they worked to carry out our policy and what we were thinking. And to them, I thank you. I thank you deeply. I hope you know how important you are. Leadership, you know, you're an amazing group. And I love now how the team of leadership is getting together and you're all working together. Those are our strengths. And City Council, amazing. It has been an amazing 4 years, and I'm so grateful to have met and argued with and laughed with each and every one of you. Coral, what can I say? And for those of you still on City Council, I want to let you know that I wish you all the love and grace and compassion that it takes. And I'll be watching you. Thank you.
So I'm joined by somebody tonight.
Hello.
I figure it's my prerogative. So it is very hard to believe that it has been 12 and a half years since I was first elected to the Flagstaff City Council. At that time, my daughter Destiny, she was just finishing up 8th grade and she was about to start high school, right? And I ran for office as a result of an effort to try to save the historic Murdoch Community Center. And since 2008, I've had the opportunity to serve on a total of 7 different councils, right? And I have greatly appreciated the experience and the opportunity to sit and watch and learn not only under 2 different mayors, but a total of 7 different councils. Each council was definitely unique and different in its own right, and I enjoyed the opportunity to be with all of them. I've appreciated the mentorship and the guidance of my colleague, but I have to say that while I had the opportunity to serve with a lot of different councils, I have enjoyed this one the most. I think our diversity is a great success. I think it is a great strength. I think that our ability to articulate ourselves, to push each other, sometimes pull each other, especially when it comes to electric bikes. I think that is something that we have done with grace and humility, and we're able to laugh and still respect one another and be friends afterwards. And so I want to say that the success of this council was not the success of me as a mayor, but all of our success. It was truly this council that made the hard decisions and had a conversation about those hard decisions. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I want to get through this, so I'm not going to go down the attributes of each of you, but please know that I have enjoyed serving on this council. City staff, you guys are all awesome. You are awesome, you are incredible, and you are absolutely 100% dedicated to our city. There are a lot of you, and I don't want to miss anyone. So I need for you to please hear me when I say all members of city staff, when I say thank you for the care and love that you have for our city and for the way you do your work with pride and dedication. I want to say thank you to my daughter, Destiny. She has been along for this ride for the past 12 and a half years, and she's truly my #1 fan. And she has had the opportunity to listen to me replay many a council meeting before and after the council meeting. So in a way, she has been shadowing council for about 12 and a half years. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the residents of Flagstaff. You all know that I grew up, yes, the real Captain America. You all know that I grew up in the projects. I grew up in Seiler Homes on the east side of town, a government housing facility. I'm very grateful and appreciative of the opportunity that my mom and my twin brother had to come into a community that allowed us to have a safe place to live, that allowed us to have scholarships to go to camp, to do ballet, to play ice hockey, and then the chance to give back to the community that gave us so much. And so to go on to become mayor of that community has been an incredible honor. And I just want to say that I appreciate the community's trust in me, the community's belief in me, those that pushed me, those that told me I could do a lot better, and those that supported me. And so I want to say thank you for giving me the honor of having served on council for the last 12 and a half years, as well as the privilege of being your mayor for the last 4.5 years. I want to say thank you to my community for that. Woo! I am looking forward to continuing to serve not only Flagstaff, but the Northern Arizona community. As the Northern Arizona Director for Senator Mark Kelly, I am looking forward to being able to continuing to lend my voice to things that we need to get done, and to be a champion on all things, not only Flagstaff, but Northern Arizona. Woo! So with that, I'm going to leave it there.
We love you, Council.
Destiny says it best. We love you, Council.
We love you. Come visit.
And you all still know where I live, and I haven't moved, and you're welcome. And I want you all to know, you and the council elects that are listening, as I'm sure that they are. I 100% believe in each one of you, because I know at the end of the day, we have love and passion for our community like none other. So I know you guys can do the heavy lifting in the future that it's going to take to be done, without a doubt. And I want to say thank you all for your current service, and thank you for your future service.
You got this.
As Captain America says. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and close this particular item. I'd like to go to item number 12, which is adjournment of this. And I'm looking at our clock. I think that we will adjourn this meeting, and we will come back at 5:45. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We are set.
Do we need to do roll call again?
We do not have it on the agenda, so we do not.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice, should we so choose to do so. We're now at item number 2. Item number 2 is a review of the draft agenda for the 12/15/2020 Flagstaff City Council meeting. Council, do you have any thoughts or comments on that agenda? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So really quick, staff and city manager, just on the topic of the airport parcel, I just really see this as an opportunity to help fill a gap in our community to alleviate pressure from Milton while best supporting the public. So if we can, maybe my questions are around the traffic volume that region, that kind of crossroads receives. And I know this is kind of a big ask, so do with it as you please. But I'm thinking about, neighborhood traffic. I'm thinking about potential projected neighborhood traffic when we connect J.W. Powell. I'm thinking about Kachina and other communities that are along the 17 that travel into town. And then obviously airport traffic from our visitations and our travelers. And just thinking about what their needs might be and how can we intercept them to utilize this space as a hub for our community and help people stay closer to home and lessen their footprint. And then the topic of housing on this parcel. I see a little bit of information in the staff packet about housing and how it's determined or mentioned that it's not favorable on this parcel or in this location. But I think we should explore housing and keep that on the table, given the housing need of our community. And not just housing, but all sorts of types of housing, right? Alternative styles and different AMI reaching potential housing. Anyways, those are my comments and looking forward to the conversation next week. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, leadership.
Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I missed the agenda item that you were just discussing.
Yeah, let me grab it really quick so I can tell you the exact name, but let's see. It is agenda item, it's towards the bottom, I believe. It's the Master Developer Services 9A, consideration and approval to begin contract negotiations. And I know that's in its early phases, but if you look at the links in that agenda item, you'll see that there is a scope of work kind of thing and a plan and a vision. And I'm just kind of talking to that vision.
Okay. And then Mayor, I had another question. This is more just informational, really. I'm curious how the swearing in is going to work virtually.
Well, I'm going to go back to what what the Vice Mayor said, and then I will ask the City Manager to address the swearing in of our council-elect next week, if that's okay.
That's great. Thank you.
I want to go back to the master developer contract or discussion for next week, and just provide, I guess, a couple additional details, because I do think it's extremely important, especially when it comes to the history of how we got this particular property and why we have it. So we have been very fortunate as a city, due to numerous lobbying trips, the building of relationships, to have a very good rapport and very good relationship with the FAA. That's one of the reasons why we got to $18 million in COVID relief funding that was tied directly to our airport. That's one of the reasons why we have two airlines out of the airport. We got a specific grant to go after and secure a second airline. And that's also one of the reasons why we had the money to be able to purchase the property that we are now discussing. And that property was purchased with the intent of having economic development for the airport. We had been in negotiations with a developer years ago in trying to bring forward a partnership. It was a partnership with NAU, I believe. It was going to have a corporate hotel there. There was going to be the gas station, and really try to build out that particular area. I think I see things that are problematic when I hear us discussing housing in that particular location. You know, first and foremost, and I want council to, I guess, overstand me when I say this. When we talk about sustainability, access to housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever we want to call, I think it's very interesting that we would consider putting housing next to an airport when we have vacant pieces of property here in the city. For example, the Schultz Pass piece that has transit right in front of it, that has infrastructure to it, that has school across the street from it. And we are not looking at developing that in a sustainable manner, but we would consider putting people out at the airport where there is no public transportation, where, and I guess I have to just say this, where especially if they are people who are low income, impoverished, why we would put them in such an undesirable spot underneath the noise of airplanes and that kind of stuff. I really stop, and I want council to really stop and think about what that looks like to our community and what that looks like to people who perhaps have less than other people. And so those are just some of the thoughts that I have on that particular item. You know, and perhaps next week when staff discusses this item with council, they can provide some of the history as to why we even have this property, and go back and provide additional information regarding the partnership that we have with the FAA, and really what the intent of this property was. So, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, thank you for your comments, and I really do appreciate what you're saying. Since we have you tonight, and maybe not in a week from tonight, I did want to ask you a quick question on your thoughts. Mm-hmm. So, you know, given the circumstance that we're in as a city and our housing need that exists, do you not think that we should be looking at how to integrate housing on this parcel? You know, I hear what you're saying about the Schultz piece, and I agree with you. Mm-hmm. But this is what's on the table next Tuesday. Should we not look to integrate?
I think that there is a nuance here, Vice Mayor. So I turned on my camera just so you could like kind of see me, right? And really, understand what I'm trying to say, okay? So here in the city of Flagstaff, we have an issue with housing. We've declared a housing emergency, and we are saying that it's all hands on deck when it comes to housing. Okay, we have property right now that if we wanted to, we could move forward and we could implement housing in this community in a fashion that would accelerate it. What we have here is a piece of airport property that was purchased with dollars that we received from the FAA, very specifically for economic development opportunities for our airport. Now, could we move housing forward on that? I guess, legally, probably we could, but it goes against the intent of what we told the people who we got the money from, what we were going to do with that property. Then there's also the nuance for me. I stated just before we went on break that I grew up in public housing, and I look at where public housing seems to be acceptable and where it doesn't. If you are talking about sustainability, walkability, bikeability, and everything that we keep talking about with our climate action and adaptation plan, and then you're going to propose housing, perhaps for people who are low income or workforce housing. You're going to propose that where there is no public transportation, where there aren't any bike lanes. And then, we already have people who live around the airport that complain about the noise of the airplanes. This particular property is right next to the airport. So then we're telling people that, if you are poor and impoverished in our city, we care enough about you that we're going to develop housing for you to live at where most people don't want to live. So I encourage council to look at the message that we're sending to our community when we are talking about housing. I think that if we are serious about integrating and diversifying and really being accepting of all people, then I think that we could do better than to put low-income people in the path of the airplanes. I do. I think that we could do much better than that.
Super quick follow-up, Mayor. What if it's not low income? What if it's just workforce housing?
Okay, and so I say the same thing of our workforce. We know 50% of us cannot afford to live here, even though we are not low income, and we work 2, 3, I believe you are currently working 5 jobs, right? And up until the pandemic, I had a total of 3 jobs. So the workforce, I also think, should have the opportunity to live where there's a bike lane, where there's a school close by, where there's public transportation. And again, we have city property that is right there for that. And then there's also the other nuance that I think that city staff perhaps can go more into detail next week about how did we get this property? Why did we get the money to buy this property? We were looking at an income generating resource for the airport. So we could actually, our airport is an enterprise zone, so we can make sure that our airport is successful, that we had property and land available for manufacturing and for those types of activities, of which we have very little land in the city of Flagstaff proper that is left if we're going to be attracting any type of large manufacturer, any type of large organization that employs people, right? We have very little land that is zoned light industrial, any of that. So I just think that council needs to be mindful. And if we're really going to follow our climate action and adaptation plan, and if we're serious about affordable housing and making sure that everyone gets a view, and maybe not everybody gets a view, but I do think that we could do better than sticking people at the airport.
Thank you.
And Mr. Clifton, do you think that you can address Mr. Aslan's question regarding how we're going to do the swearing in?
Yes, and I will invite our city clerk to join me in that. And before I do, yes, Mayor, we will be queued up and ready to speak to this topic that you just talked about for next week. And the talking points that you raised, we're already working on. So we will have much more elaboration on that next week. And thank you. As to the swearing in, it is currently anticipated or planned that it will be in person in the chambers, but with many constraints and safeguards in place because of COVID and social distancing requirements and the fact that City Hall is closed. So the idea would be to not have any more than a small group of people under 10 or less within the council chambers at any given time. And the swearing in would be done in increments for each of the 4 council people, the 3 council people and the mayor. And limitations on who would be attending that for each of those individuals being sworn in. They will have, I think, a limit of 1 guest to witness that. We, of course, will have the judge in the chambers. The city clerk, by necessity, will be there, and that would pretty much be it. It will be streamed, and I want to emphasize that so that everybody knows that they can watch this very important ceremony on their computer screens, and it will be recorded. So if it's not watched live, it can be watched later on. The meeting itself, the council meeting, will be a virtual meeting just like this. So that's the protocol. Stacy Salzberg, is there anything you would like to add to that, or or you might want to correct me if I made any misstatements?
Mr. Clifton, just a quick clarification. So the actual swearing in is going to occur earlier in the day?
Correct.
I see.
Stacy, can you give details, please?
Yes, thank you, Greg. The swearing in will occur at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th. And then that'll give time for folks to go back to their respective locations to have our regular meeting at 3.
Stacy, can you verify, because I do believe that the current council is there for the beginning of the 3 o'clock session, that I opened the session and then I handed over to Mayor-elect DC?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, you are correct. It will essentially be called to order just like we do every meeting. And then you'll hand over the dais, and we will do a second roll call before the start of the actual meeting itself.
If I could add, just for clarification, this is Sterling Solomon, City Attorney. The swearing in will be of each individual council member. They will not all be present in the same room at the same time.
Mr. Aslan, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Aslan, thank you so much for bringing this up. I'm really glad that you did. So, City Manager, I do have a couple questions, and maybe this is for Stacy as well, or Sterling. In the past, Council has been there to show support and be part of the swearing-in process, and so has many members of the public. Obviously, as we mentioned, we're really limiting that. Is Council required to be there? Because I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this, just thinking about it. And my second question is, usually we take a group photo at the end, and even with wearing a mask, I'm just not crazy about the idea. I'm wondering what the thought is for both of those.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. No, council is not required to be at the swearing in, that the currently seated council. And in fact, we are limiting capacity. So it is just the individuals being sworn in, +1, plus the judge, plus the city clerk. And as our city attorney noted, it will not all be at the same time. We will not have in excess of 10 people in the council chambers at any given time. And it will not be open to the public because of COVID. So again, to emphasize, we will stream it for everybody's benefit. Why do it in person? Well, that was a decision made, and I suppose it could always be revisited, but there are just a few things where in the ceremony in person makes it the meaningful event that it is, and this is one of those events. So we're orchestrating this in a way that will work for the individuals being sworn in, recognizing the significance of the event and the importance of having to conduct it in person, but we are taking all these safeguards as well. The question you had, Vice Mayor, about the photo, we will be orchestrating that as well. And of course, that will be in person. It has to be And it will also occur in front of the city seal in the council chambers, in front of the flags, and subject to the same capacity limitation of 10 or less, which would imply it'll be the photographer and the mayor and the council and probably nobody else in the room when that happens. We do not have an exact date and time of that. It is a little bit fluid at the moment, but the desire is to have that occur prior to the holidays. We will work with your schedules, and you can expect that notice to be going out soon. So please stay tuned on that, and thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. And I would just advocate that we do that outdoors if and when we do that, if possible. And then my last question, Mayor, is also about protocol. Passing on the torch of the vice mayor position, when will that come up? And is that, I think, at the beginning of our agenda?
I believe that let's have the city clerk. City clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that is actually slated as an action item on the agenda that will occur directly after the roll call of the newly seated council.
I see it now. And it is so weird to see my name as a council member, but I'm so glad to pass that torch on. Thank you.
You know, I would just encourage the city council and the city manager and his staff that, you know, it is definitely an honor to be elected to serve on council. And there is a lot to be said about the ceremony that is held when you welcome the new council members and when they are sworn in. You know, that is something I've had the opportunity to go through now 4 different times in different capacities as council and as mayor. And this is very different because we are in the world of COVID. And so the ability to have all of your loved ones that helped you along your way, the ability to have, you know, your team members there in the audience clapping, the ability to share that cookie afterwards as you mingle is not something that we can do because of COVID. I would strongly encourage that the council consider once we get on the other side of COVID, and I don't know when that would be, right? I don't know if that is in the spring, in the summer, or next fall. But I do think that once we get to the point to where it is safe for us to mingle in large numbers like we used to, that council might want to reconsider or might want to consider redoing the swearing in, having more of like a ceremonial swearing in at a later date that would be completely open to the public, that would be in council chambers where you can have the, you know, the coffee and the juice and the cookies and mingle as a way for the community to celebrate their council and for the council to interact with their public. And so with that, is there anything else for this item?
Madam Mayor, I think the city clerk might have information on the photo question.
Sorry, city clerk.
Thanks, Mayor. And actually, you touched upon it. We'll get some communication out to council shortly on the scheduling of those photos.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move down to item number 3 of our agenda. Item number 3 is the downtown visioning plan update.
Madam Mayor, I will just start this by introduction only. I apologize if my image here is not well lit. I'll have to work on that. We have, I believe, in our presence tonight, Terry Medeska with the Downtown Business Association and a number of consultants who have been assisting the association in the development of this plan. I believe you were forwarded earlier today an executive summary. We apologize that that was not in the packet that went out late last week, but this is a work in progress, and the fact that you're getting things a little bit late on this and not having a lot of advanced discussion of this is indicative of the process itself, which is evolving, and the consultants can speak to that. So we view tonight as a an update or a check-in as to where we are in that planning process. And we're excited to have this presentation before you. Terry, are you able to start, and would you like to introduce your consultants for the council?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and our newly elected leaders listening tonight. My name is Terry Medexa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. I am excited to provide you with an update on the Downtown Vision and Action Plan, and I look forward to your feedback and some great conversation. But before I turn this over to the consultant team for the presentation, I want to first thank you for your support throughout this process. You all have been with me from the beginning 2 years ago to the update that we will be sharing with you tonight. Your enthusiasm for this process is recognized and appreciated. I hope you are pleased to see our progress and the pathway that we have identified going forward for economic recovery and the future of downtown. I also want to remind Council that the city has been a strong partner throughout this process. The city manager serves on the FDBA board and has provided critical insight and reactions, as well as staff leadership at every step, particularly the planning and economic vitality teams. Their active role, guidance, and partnership has been immeasurable. I look forward to your comments tonight and finding ways to keep you engaged in the months ahead. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to JJ and Brad. You have met them before. They are our consultants from Progressive Urban Management Associates, and they will walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So thank you for welcoming us back to Flagstaff. We're really excited tonight to reveal our first very draft vision and downtown plan for Flagstaff. As you recall, we got started on this project in February, and that seems like a whole nother reality at this point. So we've been managing this planning process through the pandemic. We did get to town for a week in August, which was exceptional for us, and I think really productive for the downtown community. We've also gotten lots of feedback from the community on downtown and where downtown should go. You'll see that we have nearly 2,000 inputs from the community that help fortify this plan. Next slide, please. So because of the timing and doing the planning through this period of time, this plan offers both a long-term vision and game plan for downtown, but also short-term economic recovery strategies. So we've molded this. We, as everybody I think over the past 9 months has done, we've pivoted our work program and our focus, and we're hoping that this package can guide the evolution of downtown and also benefit the economic recovery of the whole city over the next 12, 18 months, and then guide downtown's evolution beyond. Our firm does research on how demographics, lifestyles, and disruptions are shaping cities all over the country. And our research is finding that the pandemic is actually accelerating trends that were already in place before the pandemic arrived. And this is sort of a good news, bad news story for Flagstaff. Our research suggests that trends that were already shaping Flagstaff before the pandemic are accelerating. And I think you're seeing this in your real estate market. So as the quality of life degrades on the West Coast and in the desert cities, we see more growth pressure on Flagstaff. The good news is you'll have more talent and you'll have more jobs and you'll have more opportunity moving into the city. The bad news is the pressure on the infrastructure and on housing and costs. So we're concerned that Flagstaff is going to enter a period where there are going to be growth pressures that are even more intense than what we were feeling several years ago and up until the pandemic. We do feel that downtown is really part of where Flagstaff can be unique and also be a portal of opportunity for all. And also, we've been listening to the meeting tonight for the last couple hours. Downtown really is a place where some of the conflicts that city leaders are facing could be accommodated to a degree. And I'll talk a bit about that. So we really think the timing of this plan is in some ways a call to action and a call to opportunity for Flagstaff moving forward. Next slide, please. So I'll just touch on key policy recommendations, and then my colleagues, both JJ Folsom, who works with me at Puma, and also Jim Charlier, who's our transportation and parking expert, they will chime in. This whole presentation will probably take about 20 minutes for us to walk through it. But in a nutshell, our key policy recommendations include the following. Really positioning downtown to be the hub of economic activity and innovation for the whole region. Preserving the historic core of Flagstaff, certainly the #1 value when we were surveying the community. Tying downtown more aggressively to the city's climate action plan by encouraging a compact and mixed use downtown. Downtown is one of the only neighborhoods in Flagstaff where individuals could live and then they could walk and bike to work, to shop, perhaps not need a vehicle or multiple vehicles to get around. Allow for change, and we're going to identify sites where we feel gentle density could be accommodated for downtown, including a more aggressive game plan on housing, including housing at all price points, including affordable housing that we know is top of mind for the council and the mayor. The plan addresses parking, both the management of the existing parking supply and also ways to increase parking options. There's a strong emphasis on encouraging local arts, culture, and native expression to flourish in downtown. And then really creating an experience that welcomes and celebrates everyone in Flagstaff, that downtown really becomes the living room for the whole city. So at this point, I'll pass it off to my colleague, JJ.
Before you do that, we have a question. What is, Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Could you define gentle density? I haven't heard that term before.
Sure, we'll actually illustrate it later in the presentation, but gentle density is using the entitlements that you already have in your zoning, 3, 4, 5-story development. Also being careful in terms of the massing of buildings so it matches within the downtown area. So we'll be illustrating these concepts as we go through the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Brad. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. This is JJ Folsom, Brad Siegel's colleague, the Vice President at Puma. Thank you, Council and Mayor and City Manager. It's been a real pleasure working for you all since February. And I'm going to talk briefly about what's coming in, not only in this presentation, but what will be in your boxes over the next few weeks. So this is a summary of what's going to be in the entire plan document, and we're giving an overview tonight. So we have reviewed many plans that Flagstaff has accomplished over the last several years. You've done a lot of great planning, and we're building upon all of those plans. We're going to highlight a few. I'm going to talk a little bit about our community outreach, highlight the market assessment, and then we'll spend probably the bulk of our time tonight on the action plan and catalytic project recommendations. And then Brad will talk about implementation and funding strategies. How do we pay for all these big ideas? And then some specific recommendations for the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. So we reviewed probably 20 or so plans that were provided to us by the city and the funding agencies, but probably the 3 biggest plans that are most relevant to this document that we've built upon, and you'll see pieces taken out of these plans that, where we highlight the recommendations are your 2030 regional plan, the climate action plan. So many of these recommendations align almost perfectly with the climate action plan and some of the recommendations that we'll be talking about in a few minutes here. And then, of course, the Southside Community Plan, recently adopted while we're working on this project. So a lot of the recommendations from that plan are just directly going into this plan. And then there are many others that are highlighted in the actual document you'll receive in a few weeks. So I'll start with our community outreach. So our project management team, we met with several times over the course of the project, mostly virtually, but we did, as Brad mentioned, he and I and our colleague Cheney Bostick, who's our urban designer, she's not with us tonight, but she's with us in spirit. She's pictured in the center picture there. She was on the trip in August as well. So we were there for a week. Conducted many meetings. So the funding partners and the management team consist of the DBA, the city, the county, as well as Mountain Lion. We also have a community advisory committee made up of about 20 folks that include property owners and residents and a variety of other related professions. And then we interviewed and met with many downtown business and property owners and employees, managers, shop employees, restaurant employees, about 40 or so interviews. And then we had 3 or 4, maybe 5 now, DBA board presentations, again, mostly virtually, but all of these groups we met with while we were in town. We also created 3 different working groups. So these are groups that are made up of experts in each of these fields. So we had economic vitality, downtown experience, and then urban design and built environment. In addition to all those meetings, we had a community-wide online survey that was up for a couple of months over the summer, closed in September. We had just over 1,200 responses, which for a city the size of Flagstaff, that's a really good turnout. And I'll give some highlights of the online survey results in a minute here. And then, of course, we've met with you all a couple of times, as well as the county supervisors. And I already mentioned our visit in August. So one thing I wanted to highlight is during this project, we provided assistance to you with your expanded use of public right-of-way, and I really want to thank, Mayor and Council and under City Manager Greg Clifton's leadership is really what made these projects happen. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I just wanted to commend you for these projects. And while we were in town for that week, we conducted our meetings right in the Aspen Alley and in Heritage Square, and we had so many people comment on how much they loved the outdoor seating and wanted to see some of these ideas carried forward permanently. And we'll talk about those recommendations. So just, I don't expect you to read all this, but I'm going to summarize it for you. So our online survey, out of those 1,200 plus responses, one of the questions we asked was, to achieve your vision of downtown, how important are the following? And we provided all the elements on the left, and the top 5 I've highlighted here in yellow. So people were asked to rate the long-term actions by the level of importance. So the 5 most important elements were maintaining historic character. You can see the percentages there, very high. Making downtown more walkable and bikeable, redeveloping and repurposing unused and vacant buildings and lots, additional beautification, so enhancing the alleyways, public art, streetscape, and improving the parking experience. So then another question similarly was, we asked this was open-ended, so not providing answers for people to rank. What 3 words best capture your vision for downtown Flagstaff in the year 2030? And so the top 5 of the words provided were keeping it local, friendly, vibrant, parking, and fun. And you can see the other words that were expressed during this question, or in this question. Excuse me. So now I'm going to pass it back to Brad, and he's going to give you a brief overview of the market assessment, and then we'll go from there. Brad.
So the plan is anchored in a sense of market reality. We undertook a market assessment, which really provides a baseline of market conditions pre-COVID. So 2019, these really were the economic conditions in downtown Flagstaff. We do anticipate that these conditions will return relatively quickly as the pandemic fades away. So one of the things we did with the market assessment is we looked at peer cities. We looked at a variety of college towns in the Rocky Mountain and Western region. These are peer cities that Flagstaff is often compared to. We looked at, again, at your past reports and studies. And some things popped out at us that I don't think are news, certainly to the council and mayor, but just from a citywide standpoint, of these different cities, Corvallis, Boulder, Bellingham, Missoula, Fort Collins, Bend, Flagstaff is by far the least dense in terms of housing density as a city. And also housing and transportation costs, which probably would go along with that, are the highest of any of these cities when you combine the costs of both housing and transportation together. And then when we focus on downtown itself, employment density in Flagstaff is low, is the lowest of all these cities. And downtown employment is at the low end. So we think there's some opportunities here in terms of creating more jobs and more economic activity downtown. Next slide, please. The market assessment, which is a whole plan in and of itself. It's about a 50-page document. It really looks at different opportunities for new investment in downtown Flagstaff. So in terms of housing, we see opportunity for additional housing at all price points. There's that general density word again that we'll illustrate what that means here in a couple minutes. But we think that's important because that could create affordability. And affordable housing options right in the core of the city could really allow people to work and live in the same area, close to all these different amenities. In terms of employment, many opportunities for additional employment and connections to the university in terms of a pipeline of talent that could feed that. Shopping and dining, certainly this is one of the primary attractions of downtown Flagstaff today. We do see, and coming out of the pandemic, we do see a surge in entrepreneurship and new business formation, both on the food and the retail side. We also address parking, which we know is important to support these businesses and some of the new investment ideas that we're suggesting. And then arts and culture, really making sure that downtown is a center for cultural expression for the entire city. Next slide, please. So I'll start getting into the plan itself, and it's founded in a vision that really came from the community outreach and from the surveys and the different interviews with key stakeholders and leaders. And the vision is paramount in terms of what the community wants downtown to be. So we found that people in Flagstaff really want a downtown that's vibrant, walkable, rollable, historic, yet adaptable over time, thriving. And then I think these last words are particularly important moving forward: welcoming, inclusive, and accessible to all. The diagram on the right of your screen just shows how this plan is constructed. It's sort of the structure of all the different recommendations. So they're all tied to these vision words. And then there are 3 areas of recommendations: economic vitality, experience, and mobility. And within each section are goals and actions. So again, this gives you some insight on the structure of the plan. Next, please. I'll speak briefly to the economic vitality goals, and then other team members will walk you through the others. But I think this gives you an example of the breadth of these plan recommendations for downtown. So in terms of economic vitality, the goals include guiding downtown's emergence out of the pandemic, really looking at more primary jobs downtown and small business formation, not just on the storefronts, but also on upper floors of downtown buildings as well. Cultivating local arts and culture as foundational. The storefront economy, so critical today and so critical as we move near term out of the pandemic and for the long-term vitality of downtown. Residential is a strong emphasis of this plan in terms of housing opportunities. And we do think around the historic core of downtown, there are a number of opportunity sites that we're going to illustrate here in a few minutes. And we do think residential is an optimal use, residential mixed use moving forward. And then we also see the parking, how the parking is managed and the supply of parking is really supporting the economic vitality of downtown. Next, please. So this slide just gives you a sense, this is actually an excerpt from the plan itself, but it gives you a sense of the level of detail that we're going into on this. So this is just the section on emerging from the pandemic, which is that first goal. And there's 8 different actions here. The timeline, of course, is near term for all of these. And then responsibility. We would not only been working with the Business Alliance, but also with city, a variety of city departments. The county, of course, was also a sponsor of this. So as JJ mentioned in the beginning, we've been working with a project management team of a variety of agencies so that these partnerships for implementation are essentially baked into the plan. I believe it goes back to JJ.
Thank you, Brad. So the next section of the plan that I will discuss is the downtown experience. So this includes urban design and all the kind of built environment pieces. So these are the major goals that are identified in the plan, and similar to what Brad just presented, each of these goals have anywhere from a half a dozen to a dozen detailed recommendations. So the goals are preserving that historic character, as we saw was high on the list in the priorities of the public, and recommending creation of the T6H to protect the core, and that's a detail in your zoning code. Directing new growth responsibly, that adds to the vibrancy of downtown. So recognizing the historic core and the importance of that, but also having responsible growth. Activating downtown in creative ways to bring locals back downtown. We heard many people mentioned in the survey that downtown feels sometimes like it's for visitors, but we're trying to get locals back to downtown, particularly as we come out of the pandemic. Enhancing the downtown experience with gateway treatments, streetscape enhancements, signage, wayfinding, public art, to really help with the sense of arrival that you've arrived downtown. When most people arrive in Flagstaff on Route 66, they're in a car, and a lot of folks would have no idea that you have this amazing downtown on your left or right, depending on which direction you're coming in. And then lastly, embracing sustainability as a core value and how downtown is managed, improved, and developed. So we have many recommendations along the lines of the Climate Action Plan that address this. So this diagram illustrates what we're calling catalytic projects in downtown, and redevelopment projects, and adding to downtown. So the 5 major areas that we focused on are the former city courthouse, right on Route 66, the Coconino properties up in the northwest quadrant of downtown, the Birch Avenue Bank. So this is something I'll talk about in a little bit of detail in a moment here. And then the Gateway area on the east side over where Babbitt Ford is located, and other businesses. And then over on the south side, infill along Cottage Avenue. So what's important to note is that in each of these areas, we have identified potential for public-private parking structures. And that what that means is there's potential on each of these sites, but we're certainly not recommending that every one of these sites becomes a public-private parking structure. Most likely we would see 1 or 2, on the north side and maybe 1 on the south side. So it's just important to keep that in mind as I go through some of the following drawings here. And the circles on these diagrams represent a 600-foot radius from the center of the project. So showing generally how far people might walk from a parking structure. So this is just one example of what's going to be in the plan for the catalytic project. So this is that Birch Avenue infill concept that I mentioned. So today on Birch Avenue, there are 3 freestanding banks between LaRue and Humphrey Street. And the recommendation here is to redevelop those banks, because the way banks operate today are far different than when those banks were built. Banks don't need as much space anymore. They don't necessarily need all the drive-throughs and all the parking. So this isn't to say that the banks would go away, but the banks could become a ground floor user of a development like this. So this shows a surface parking lot on one of them and an example of a parking structure in the other. So where the number 2 is, that could be a parking structure that not only provides parking for the condominium or apartment development surrounding the parking structure, but it also could provide public parkings, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And then just a couple examples we've provided throughout the document that you'll receive in a few weeks, examples of what other communities have done for all of the projects that we're showing recommendations for. Also important to note, these are very conceptual graphics, just really massing diagrams. We're not getting into the detail of architecture. That's not part of this scope. And these are just some ideas of what could happen. So we've spent they're realistic as far as the number of units and the amount of parking that would be needed, but we don't go into any more detail in that. So important to note that. And so for the next section of the catalog projects, we have placemaking projects. So we'll have we've talked a lot with Mountain Lion about the Downtown Connection Center. My colleague Jim will talk a little bit more about that. LaRue Festival Street, and I'll show you some ideas for that in a moment here. Activating Heritage Square. So you have a great plaza already in downtown. We just need to see more uses in that square. And then also activating the alleys. So as I mentioned previously during the community outreach, the Aspen Alley, where I spent all day, one day in August during the public open house, people really like that idea and want to see those ideas become permanent. So creating a more streetscape enhancements in the alley and outdoor seating and on and on. And then pedestrian bike connectivity throughout downtown. So where you see the E's on here, major bike connections to and from the Downtown Connection Center and connecting both sides of downtown. And then a connection underneath Route 66 into and the BNSF Railroad into the Connection Center up to City Hall. Just some of many ideas that will be generated over the next month. And here's an example of or some renderings of that LaRue Festival Street. So what this is showing here, and there's a lot of detail on here, and I'm not going to go through all of it. You have this in your executive summary packet. But LaRue could become a great street that could be closed temporarily. So an example in Seattle, on the image below here, of showing a festival street. So food trucks and music events and farmers markets. Remember all those things we used to go to pre-COVID. So when we come out of COVID, it's going to be, people are going to have a pent-up demand for these types of uses. So this is illustrating how it would still function as a street, probably 90+% of the time, but could easily be closed off at either end at Route 66 and at Aspen and be utilized for other activities. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Jim to talk about mobility and transportation.
Thank you, JJ. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jim Charlier. My firm Charlier Associates is based in Denver. I had a little bit of an advantage on this team in that I've been working in Flagstaff for the last 25 years. I'm really enjoying this project because I've always enjoyed the time I've spent in downtown. My job is transportation, and we've covered the obvious topics, the walkability that JJ has mentioned a few times. Clearly, parking is always a sensitive issue in downtown, and I will spend a few minutes talking in more detail about that. There are recommendations for improving access. You have an outstanding transit system, one of the best systems for a city your size in the country, and recommendations for improving access to that system from the downtown and taking advantage of it, deploying it to leverage the downtown. And as part of that, I'll come back in a few minutes and talk briefly about the Downtown Connection Center. And then, as has been mentioned, improving bicycle access and circulation. We have a couple of specific ideas and then some sort of general guidance to offer. And then a new topic that we're realizing all of our cities will be in this business from now on, which is managing our curb space. Certainly we'll be using it for parking, for delivery access, and on occasion for outdoor dining and other activities. And so Flagstaff will need a system for making decisions about how to allocate curb space, how to manage its use in a way that's fair for all users, and how to be flexible. As we've learned over the last 9 months, we're going to need to be. So next slide, JJ. The Downtown Connection Center, I'm sure you're all aware of it, is where the current transfer center is for Mountain Line. That's an important site. The NAPTA is currently involved and about to start work with a consultant on actual planning and concept design development for the site. And we were asked to offer recommendations from our perspective of the role of the DCC in downtown. And we have there are a lot of things we've talked about and a lot of guidance we've passed on to Mountain Line, but sort of three highlights. One is there is an opportunity. It's a small site and there's a lot to do there. And certainly the principal thing we need to do is have transit circulation that works efficiently and safely and access to and from the DCC. But in addition to that, we see an opportunity for usable civic space, primarily on the eastern part of the site. I'm assuming most of you are somewhat familiar with the site. It seems like a large site, but we have a lot of ambition for what can occur there. And that would be probably, you could think of a plaza or something along those lines where it could be programmed for specific activities. Other times it might be quiet. Something that has nice design and is a credit to the community in terms of its appearance. In addition to that, as JJ mentioned briefly earlier, we're recommending that you work with Arizona DOT, which you would have to do, and with the BNSF, a railroad, to push a bike ped connection under Route 66 as part of the Rio the Flag project. And that would enable you to connect that up to the Karen Cooper Trail that runs off to the northwest, as you probably know, and also on down to the northern, down to the university campus, as was recommended, and some of you are familiar with the recommendations in the Southside Community Plan. So that connection would be a key one and is one that we are recommending strongly be part of the Rio de Flag project. And then on the western part of the site, you are currently meeting some of the south side parking needs for public parking on this site, and that's an important use, and we believe it should continue. But there will be an opportunity for some sort of development through some kind of a partnership. We have, as a team, recommended, and certainly others locally have recommended, that there be one of the opportunities might be housing. And obviously any land use that went into a development project on that site would have to be parked at least to some degree, as well as meeting and hopefully replacing the current parking that's there. So we have done drawings and we have done more work on this, and that will be revealed as we move on. And next slide, JJ. And then this graphic is the same one that we were looking at a few minutes ago. We have spent a lot of time, probably most of my time on this project, on parking. Parking is always controversial in downtowns, and we were asked to provide guidance to the city and to the DBA on how to move forward with this. You have actually done some pretty good work on parking already. As you probably know, you studied the parking situation in 2009 through 11 in that time period. You did an inventory, you looked at utilization, you looked at what your current management regime was, and recommendations that came out of that resulted in the Comprehensive Parking Management Plan, which is a good piece of work. I like it a lot. I've read it several times now. Our recommendations include improving the performance monitoring and reporting, and making it more transparent and more evident for people. One of the problems you have with parking is that everybody sort of tends to have their own set of facts, and that makes it very difficult to debate policy when you're still debating the facts. So having data on utilization, supply, and trends can be very helpful and can clear the air so that you can get down to actual debates about what strategy should be. You have private contractors are playing an important role in your parking management system today through your Park Flag program. And we're recommending and providing a framework for you for a ongoing performance review of that, so that there's a lot of change in that industry today, and firms are being bought by other firms, and they're merging, and they're changing their mission. And so you'll need to be light on your feet and think about your contractual relationships. And so we've offered recommendations on that. There are a number of places in downtown where there are existing surface parking supplies that could be pulled into your system and used as a way of bootstrapping your fee in lieu and your parking utility, both of which I'll talk about in a second. And so we're offering recommendations on that. And in the report will be some fairly specific recommendations about a couple of sites. I have written recommendations that identify a business model for you, because you'll need this as you move into the next phase of implementing the Comprehensive Parking Management Plan, which is actually developing new supply. Your studies in the 2009-11 time period indicated there was a need for further supply. Right now, obviously, as we're in the pandemic, some of that is a little different. But as we come back out and the economy kicks in again and downtown becomes busier, we'll start to feel some of that parking pressure again. And so there will be, and there's a lot of interest on the part of downtown merchants in seeing forward progress on providing additional supply. And so we've written recommendations that identify a basic business model that we're calling the parking utility model, which enables you to, as a downtown, share in the investment in parking in a way that's fair for all. And a PPP, public-private partnership model, which fits within that public utility model, but would provide you a way to pull willing private partners into development of new parking supply. The circles you see on the map are 600-foot radius, as JJ explained earlier. That's what's in your current ordinance. We're endorsing that as a reasonable criteria for provision of off-street supply that's off-site of a given development project, but is meant to meet the requirements of a development project. There are many, many other detailed recommendations in our description of these two business models. I won't drill down on all of those tonight. And then we were asked to provide further guidance on the fee in lieu program. You have in your ordinance today provisions for fee in lieu. You have not really moved forward with implementation, and now is probably the right time to begin to do that. So I've offered some specific recommendations on how that program should be structured, and how you can establish the pricing for fee in lieu payments, and how the money can be spent, what kinds of other assets could be pulled in, and so forth. So again, a lot of detail that we won't have time for tonight. And then I have offered guidance on joint use and shared use parking agreements and how those can be managed in a way that works for the community. So the The circles and the drawing are intended to show, again, as JJ pointed out, you wouldn't develop 6 garages, and that's not what this is intended to convey, but it's a sense of that your parking needs should not be met in a single huge facility, rather they should be met in multiple facilities. Some of those may, for some years, be surface facilities. You may have an opportunity, probably in connection with some sort of a development project, to develop a structure and to meet some of your needs. As you recall, JJ showed a drawing of one site in downtown where you could perhaps do that. And so I'll wrap up. I know there'll be questions on that, but for now, I'll wrap up the presentation and turn it back to you, JJ.
Great, thanks, Jim. It's Brad, and I'll just wrap up the final slides here. So the plan goes into implementation and funding for these ideas. It identifies partners. There's some regulatory recommendations that we've worked on with city staff. A lot of attention on strengthening the Downtown Business Alliance to be a stronger partner in the future, if you will, and to really be a partner in implementing these ideas. Measurements, benchmarks for progress, funding sources. Next slide, please. Related to the Business Alliance, we do think they're currently running pretty thin in terms of staff. It's just a couple of people down there that are doing a lot of different things. So we do think that there's an opportunity to grow your Business Alliance. Next slide, please. We do propose a new business model, if you will, for the Business Alliance moving forward, and helping the Business Alliance be a partner with the city in all these areas that we've talked about today. So economy, experience, mobility, and of course, being an advocate for downtown in the long term. Next, please. And then lastly, sources of funding. So the plan does identify a variety of funding sources, some of these that currently exist in Flagstaff, some of these that would be new, and some of these are tied to specific uses. And we'll just go with the next slide, which I think is the last one. So the next steps on this is part of the world premiere of these ideas tonight. So council, mayor, will be really anxious, curious, excited, I hope, to hear your response to all of this. And then the plan itself will be rolling back to council in the first quarter of next year. We're hoping to be back in front of council probably in February for at least consideration of adopting much of the plan. So with that, I'll end our presentation, and I assume at this point we've got time for questions.
Council, are there any direct questions regarding the presentation? We do have, I believe, one public comment card. I'm going to go ahead and take the public comment card first, and then I'll come back for council questions. How about that? City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I have Tyler Denham on the line. Tyler, you can go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, thank you. First off, I just want to thank the team that put together the Downtown Visioning Plan Executive Summary. I read through it myself, and there was a lot of really good information in there. I really appreciated that. I'm calling in because I have 2 comments on the Downtown Visioning Plan. First, the executive summary.
Tyler, you broke up a little bit there. Do you want to?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. First, the executive summary for the Downtown Visioning Plan is the latest document in a long line of documents. To highlight how low density Flagstaff is. Among the 7 peer cities studied, Flagstaff is a huge outlier. Its density is less than half of the next lowest city. 447 units per square mile versus 1,190 units per square mile. This fact, a result of a decades-long aversion to using our limited supply of land efficiently, is at the heart of so many of our problems, including high housing costs, climate change, and environmental degradation. If the City Council is serious about addressing these problems, it will undertake the contentious political fights needed to increase density downtown. And my second comment, I just thought it interesting to note that there is a bit of tension between some of the goals of the executive summary, which are to, and I'm quoting the document here, maintain historic character, make downtown more walkable and bikeable, provide additional beautification, and improve the parking experience. Unlike new buildings, which can be designed to reflect Flagstaff's historical architecture, parking lots are never going to evoke that old mountain town aesthetic. Space given to cars is space taken away from pedestrians and bikes. And needless to say, vast swaths of gray asphalt do not beautify Flagstaff. This may sound radical, if only because the idea is unfamiliar, but City Council will be better able to achieve the other goals of the downtown visioning plan if they reduce the amount of land dedicated to cars. The city already experimented with this the past summer when they closed off a lane of traffic and its parking spots along East Aspen Avenue. The reason was to give restaurants more space for outdoor dining during COVID, but the result was very pleasant. City council should consider reducing parking minimums and surface parking lots, concentrating parking in garages to meet demand, and give that freed up space back to residents, pedestrians, and businesses. And a final note is I wrote these comments before listening in on the presentation, and I was really excited to have the presenter go over his plan for concentrating parking in garages and reducing the amount of surface parking lots.
Tyler.
I thought that was great.
Thank you. I apologize. Your time is up. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Tyler? Okay, thank you. So Council, we are here at next steps. Do you have any comments for our presenters? Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and to Mr. Folsom, Mr. Siegel, and Charlie. Thank you all so much. Terry Mazeska, thank you so much. City Manager, and the entire team that has been working on this. Thank you for your efforts. Wow, it was really exciting reading through the executive summary and the document that we were provided. And learning about the plans. I think you've done a great job of integrating the community's values and ideas into the plan. And as the speakers spoke about, there are some tensions and some things that need to be hashed out, which, I too was thinking about. I also thought very similarly that, maybe in identifying some of these future denser parking structures, we can then, better alleviate the need for cars on our roads. We love our alleyways, right? We talked about alleyways, and that's highlighted in the document as something that we can build upon and grow upon. And why do we love it? It's because there's no cars. It's a space for people. It's a space for community. And people, there's an energy to it, right? And that's something we've also witnessed with COVID, as was mentioned as well. So that's really where my mind is big picture philosophy. What are we working towards? What is the plan that we have, and what is the philosophy that is driving this? I love the idea of the Rue being utilized as a street for festivals, but I'm thinking, every hour of the day, or more hours of the day. I know Ms. Medeska and I have talked about those little things that come out of the ground, those little barriers that can basically divide a street and make it, not passable. So maybe integration of those. We can talk more about, but I'm really curious to see that discussion further. And I think it's possible. I think it's a big leap. I've seen it done in other places, and I know it can be scary. I know it can be tense. I know people are concerned about the idea of it. But in the end, I think it's always or very likely going to be a benefit to all, and it's going to allow that space to blossom as we're hoping it will. I love that we're talking about housing, that we're talking about walk, live, and play. We're talking about infill. I like the multi-tier examples that were given with the banks. I want to make a point to bring focus to accessibility. I've talked to a number of people in the community who have struggled to get around our town and our downtown, who are in wheelchairs and struggle with just navigating the roads and navigating the parking spaces available, along with the just infrastructure of which is provided for them to travel on, the sidewalks. And so I really think it's important that we bring those voices to the table and highlight them. I also think that we need to continue to work and strive to include and empower the voices of our communities who feel marginalized and unseen. You know, and I'm so grateful that we're embracing the Live Black experience recommendations that were provided to council. But I'm thinking about the Native voice, I'm thinking about the Hispanic voice, I'm thinking about the undocumented population, and all the populations that just don't feel like Flagstaff represents them and is welcoming to them. So I know we got to make an extra effort to engage those populations at the time, but I'm hoping that we do in this process. I thought that the sister cities and the comparisons were also somewhat shocking, as our speaker mentioned, and definitely eye-opening, and something that I'm glad we're bringing to. Looking at my comments, I'm curious to learn more about those quick wins, those short-term goals. I didn't get some of the slides that were in the presentation, but I'm looking forward to getting more of that information about the specific short-term goals that we have and seeing how I can best help connect the dots to make sure that those goals are aligned and being done the best that we can. It talks about town versus housing and the cost of living. I think that's right on the money. And let's see, I want to say that's it. Oh, you know, the one other thing that came to mind, or a couple things, is the bike share program. In talking about, you know, maybe placing that bike share hubs in some of these more strategic spots to allow for that little radius that you had pointed out in the presentation to expand and allow for more of a, you know, ditch the car and walk or ride a bike, right? Let's see. And yeah, I guess I'll just end by kind of circling back about shifting the culture and what is the long-term philosophy that we're working towards, and how are we going to close more roads down to allow for our community to thrive. And I think that's the word that we kept kind of circling around, is the word thrive. And I want to see the downtown thrive, and I want to see the community thrive. But I want to just thank everybody again for their hard work on this. I think this is a great effort, and I'm very excited to see this move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Aslan?
Did the team want to address any of the Vice Mayor's comments for I don't want to presume that they do. I'm just asking.
Appreciate that, but it sounds like we're mostly we're on board there, that we're on side. So I don't think we need to address them.
Okay, well, moving on. You know, I really like the idea of more density in downtown Flagstaff. I like the idea of mixed price points and less surface parking. I agree with the commenter, the public speaker, Tyler Denham, who made a comment that every allowance we're making for vehicles is, you know, there is a little bit of a zero-sum game here, is taking away from pedestrian and a new word that I'm seeing tonight, rollable features. But I do think, at least in the interim, we're going to need some good parking down there. I agree with that. What I've said before, and what I'd like to see the conversation continue having, is some options around repurposable parking garages. So the way I see things is we don't know what the future holds, but there are plenty of alternative scenarios 20, 30, 40, even 50 or 60 years down the road where the equation changes pretty drastically. And we don't have the same relationship with vehicles that we used to. I want to make sure that if we invest in parking structures, that we're doing it with repurposability in mind. And there's probably that comes, I'm guessing with a premium price wise, or maybe not. Maybe it's easier to convert a parking garage into something else if you build it that way first, than if you just build a parking garage into perpetuity. But I'd be curious to hear your guys' thoughts on that, either right now or in the next, as the conversation moves forward.
Jim, do you have a quick response to that? Because that is definitely a trend that I think all cities are going into right now.
Yes, we thank you. And thank you, Councilmember, for that comment. We have in our recommendations addressed design site criteria, the issue you raised, which is anticipating potential adaptive reuse of any parking structures and making sure that that's incorporated in the design. And other issues that you're probably also thinking about and didn't bring up, things like wrapping parking structures with active ground level uses and commercial space and so forth, so that we don't have parking garages that become black holes in our downtown, negative space in our downtown. I should comment too, I had to move quickly and many things I did not mention, but I strongly endorse council members' comments on accessibility. We have recommended that the city undertake, you need to do this about every 10 years or so, a new self-assessment of the universal accessibility in downtown. Your downtown should be accessible for all, and the standards and criteria and techniques and design solutions for that evolve quickly. And so we did recommend that. And we also have a recommendation in the parking section that any parking facilities, surface or garage that are built, fully accommodate the needs of universal accessibility and provide space using your current ratios in your zoning ordinance for pulling the parking for bicycles into the structures. And that would include potential future stations for bike share.
I want to acknowledge what Mr. Falk has said. Mr. Falk, can you verbalize what you've stated?
Hi, good evening, Mayor. This is Dan Falk, Community Development Director. It was just our understanding that tonight was an update on the plan and that staff is going to be provided the complete plan. I am a member of the CAC. This is an advisory committee, which is indicated here. We're going to have a meeting, I guess, in December. But I think the comment is that many of us are seeing this for the first time, in particular, the catalytic project map. We've not reviewed that or provided comments. I just want everyone to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Okay, I am going to go to Mr. Odegaard, followed by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to touch on concerning housing. I was at a conference last year, and the main part of the conference was housing for downtown. Really, to keep a downtown sustainable and vibrant, it has to have housing, either in it or around the ring of the downtown area. And so that talks about density, and the word we saw was gentle density, and that makes sense. You really do need some dental density and try to maintain the character of downtown all at the same time, and that's what's really gonna make sure our downtown thrives in the future. I do have a question for the presenters concerning, you just touched briefly on the city courthouse, the old city courthouse lot there, and that there, at some point there's going to be some opportunity of redevelopment. In the near future, it's just going to become a surface parking lot, but there is a potential of doing a redevelopment. Has cities been successful in the past, other smaller communities similar to Flagstaff, have taken a parcel, which is a fairly large parcel that the city owns, which I believe is about a half a block, and be able to redevelop it, in providing retail, parking, and housing at the same time. I know you saw some of the redevelopment you presented concerning the banks there on Birch Avenue, but can you maybe just talk about how the city could go forward in the future? And we do have some dollars kind of saved up from the parking management plan that the city implemented almost 4 years ago to help with that redevelopment of the old city courthouse site.
Yeah, this is Brad. I'll take a quick stab at that. JJ may want to add something, but we actually have conceptual drawings on a variety of sites, including that site. The quick answer is yes, that we do think Flagstaff, and as we've seen in other cities, you could accommodate some mix of uses there. Also, that's an important site. That's a gateway site. It also is important to the alley network, the whole variety of things. So yeah, we think there's great promise there that you could accommodate several uses in one site. And I think that's kind of the philosophy that we're trying to project on all these opportunity sites, that the mix of uses, some sort of active ground floor, housing 2, 3, 4 stories above, and then parking strategically nested, as opposed to putting all the parking into one big structure, but really dispersing parking resources throughout a number of these sites. So I hope that helps explain that. And again, JJ, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I was just going to add, can you see the image on the screen that says mobility?
Yes.
Yeah, so the image in the lower right there, that's in Boulder, Colorado. That project there, it's hard to see, but there's a little green P in the middle. So that's a public-private project partnership, just like we're talking about. So there are ground floor retail uses, office space above. I believe there's even a floor of residential that's stepped back here on the 3rd and maybe 4th floor. And the project is parked with a parking structure behind, so a wrapped structure. You've heard us use that comment a couple of times. And then in addition to the parking for the project itself, there is a fair amount of public parking within that structure. So they are complicated deals, but they're done all over the country. I know Tempe has some, Tucson, many here in Denver, where we're located, and Boulder is probably has some of the best examples of a lower scale, where you have 2, 3, 4-story buildings with a fair amount of parking and structures.
So follow up. So do you have like a somewhat of a conceptual drawing for that site then, the old courthouse site?
We do, yeah. It's in progress. So as I mentioned, so every catalytic project that we were showing on that plan diagram, we have developed or in the process of refining and developing conceptual diagrams for each of those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe I'm going to Ms. Whelan next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for your hard work in this. I really appreciate it. A couple of things come to mind as a small business owner downtown. And Vice Mayor, thank you for bringing up the whole part of accessibility and mobility. When we have other abled guests coming through our town, and we have some of our stores, cordoning off outdoor seating, which you can see is very valuable for those stores, but yet it pushes the individual all the way out to close to the curb. And I think the mindfulness of how we're going to set this up, and perhaps some of our commission members could also have input on this. Another thing that comes to mind is our bathroom situation downtown. We have 2 public bathrooms, and So if we're going to thrive downtown and do these festivals, we need more just plain and simple accommodations to meet people's needs. So those are the things that I think about that are pretty simple. I love the ability to change our alleyways into fun and functional places where people can congregate. The idea of Heritage Square being more alive and useful is wonderful to me. I often wonder, and I know Terry, you and I talked about this, that when we take a public street and we cordon it off as we did Aspen, and then we just allow the businesses in front of that street to use those areas, how do we justify being equitable to all our small businesses in that? So that's something else that I think we need to be mindful of. If we only focus on Aspen, the benefit will be to the restaurateurs and the businesses on Aspen. And we have a lot of areas that could be thriving. The across from the courthouse is kind of a dead space, the county courthouse, and things just tend to die right at that corner because there's courtrooms, federal courtrooms above it, but below it, it's all black walled windows, and it doesn't tend to make things inviting. But I also love that you're taking into consideration the South Side, because that's becoming a beautiful part of our city. And businesses are down there and they're thriving. And I know that the Downtown Business Alliance has been willing to help and advise, which I really appreciate. And I hope it just doesn't stop north of the tracks. So thank you so much. Great work.
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Whelan. I wanted to add to the conversation just a few points. I want to make sure that I mention this. So I think that, we are talking about shifting the culture. We're talking about a thriving downtown. We're talking about making sure that our small downtown businesses are successful, really the essence of our downtown. So I think it's very important that we acknowledge, we're also saying that we would like to, move away from the car traffic and allow more pedestrian and bicycle traffic. So I want to make sure that we acknowledge that the best way to do that is to increase the density in our downtown. I think that's extremely important, and I just want to make sure that I mention that. The speaker that called in talked about the lack of density that we have downtown. It seems like when we talk about density, whether it be soft density, vibrant density, Flagstaff-centric density, the fact of the matter is that the word includes density. And density means more housing units downtown. And if we are serious about changing the culture and about shifting away from cars and to promote more people walking and biking, whether it be to work, whether it be for pleasure, then we're going to talk about density in a meaningful way. Also, I want to talk about the fact that if we do not talk about meaningful density or density in a meaningful way, what ends up happening is that we will close the streets or will provide less opportunities for cars and more opportunities for people who are walking and biking, but those cars will go somewhere. And what has historically happened is that those cars end up in the neighborhoods around downtown or around, for example, the campus. And so people drive, they park there, and then they walk in. and they disrupt the quality of life for the people that live in the neighborhoods surrounding these areas that we're promoting a more walkable experience. So I guess it's really twofold. First and foremost, I think that if we're going to shift the culture, then we need to be clear and we need to be very direct and we need to be very meaningful when it comes to the concept of density. Second, I think we also need to make sure that the neighborhoods that are around these areas in which we're promoting this new experience also be protected. For example, the South Side, Plaza Vieja, the neighborhood that is just north of our new courthouse, those neighborhoods do not have residential parking districts, excuse me. And again, I go back to the fact that if we're going to truly make sure that this works for everybody, then we need to be mindful of that. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to our presenters and thank you to the DBA. You know, the DBA has been a great partner. This has been an awesome opportunity to work with an outside entity to really reimagine and re-envision our downtown, the heart of our city and what it could be, what the potential is. And so I just want to say thank you to the DBA and thank you to the consultants. I'm going to go to Ms. Medeska, and then I'm going to go back to Councilmember McCarthy. Ms. Medeska.
Thank you for those comments, Mayor. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, I want to echo what Mr. Folk said earlier and go back to my initial comments. We came before you tonight with a draft and an update because like I mentioned, you have been with me from the beginning. You have supported my efforts and the efforts of our team for the past 2 years. And I wanted to make sure before you leave council that you have a chance to see much of the good work that has been done. And so it is not a fully vetted plan. We just have it out right now for some initial comments. We have a lot more work to do. And so I just want to make sure that you realize what we're doing is showing you where we're at today, but also echoing what Mr. Folk said, that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. The team, the city staff team has been engaged throughout this process. I think we have maybe 15 different city staff that is somehow involved in this plan. So there's a lot of information that we need to get through, a lot of conversations, and then we will be back at the beginning of the year. But I didn't want you to leave council without hearing from us about much of the progress that's been made and much of the good work that has been done. So we will continue to work on receiving input and feedback. And we will be back to council in early 2021. And for those who are leaving this council, I will stay in touch and make sure you know every step of the way how this plan evolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just want to talk about parking for a minute. We are not Phoenix or LA, cities that are based on the automobile completely. On the other hand, we're not New York City, where my niece lives. She does not own a car. Or we're not San Francisco, where my sister went to college. She did not own a car the whole time she was in college. We're somewhere in the middle. So even though at some point we may need to repurpose parking garages, like Mr. Aslan points out, in the short run, in the medium run, we do need more parking downtown. And of course, we've promised the downtown when we did the bond for the courthouse that we would provide some more parking. I really like the idea of doing a project that provides parking, significant amount of parking, not one mega garage, but as the consultants have pointed out, maybe a couple on the north side and one or two on the south side. But I like the idea of a project or two that have parking, office space, and clearly residential. I think those that kind of mixed use, those three ideas together would really be good. The other thing I noticed when I read the report this afternoon is for people that live downtown, there's no grocery stores, there's no drugstores. Maybe that won't be as big a problem in the future as it is now, because especially with COVID, people are learning how to have grocery stores deliver to them. So maybe it's not as big a problem. I guess the last comment I'll make is that where are we going to do these projects? Obviously, the old courthouse site is a really good idea. And maybe the bank sites up on, what was it, Birch? But, you know, are those property owners interested in doing these types of projects? And I do think that I was surprised in the report that how our density is very low compared to a lot of sister cities. And that I found is interesting. So I think there, especially in the downtown area, I think there is an opportunity for more density. And I think we can, if we can kind of combine parking, office space, maybe some more commercial and residential, definitely include residential in that. I think that'd be great. I actually have a couple friends that have lived downtown in the Babbitt building precisely, and they really liked living downtown. There are advantages to it. So I'll leave it at that for now. And just in general, the report was good, and I saw a lot of good ideas, and I'm really looking forward to reading the whole draft when it's available. Thank you.
Well, if there's nothing else on this item, I would say thank you to our presenters, and we're going to move on. We are going to move down to item number 4, which is our Neighborhood Association updates. We have La Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association, followed by the Southside Community Association.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My mic was muted. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Valeria Chase, Neighborhood Liaison with the City of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona University. Today, representatives from 2 neighborhood associations will share neighborhood updates with Council, and we look forward to hearing an update from the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association in the spring. Jesse Dominguez, President of La Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association, will speak first. Next, we will hear from Deb Harris, Executive Director of the Southside Community Association. We will start with La Plaza Vieja, and after each association presents, Southside, we will take time for your questions for that specific person. Thank you so much to our representatives from the neighborhoods for joining us tonight. Jesse, are you ready to start us off?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for the invite. We really appreciate the time and to be able to give you a little update of La Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association and what we've been doing. First of all, before we get started, let me thank city staff and also, and I forgot, I'm sorry, mayor and council members, that without your help, a lot of our goals and accomplishments would have not been accomplished, or we would not be able to get them done. I just would like, I know there's a new group of city council and a new mayor, and I'd like to really invite them when in their spare time, to read our specific neighborhood plan. We were the first to have a neighborhood plan passed by the city, and I would really like for them to look at our goals and objectives, and also the history of the neighborhood of the Plaza Vieja. Getting back to our issues, of course, and it's funny, our Mayor Evans just talked about it, is parking issues. We are starting to have a lot of student housing. Of course, right now, believe it or not, we don't have a problem. There's no students. But we do have problems with parking. And what a lot of them are doing is and it's not and I should take it back. It's not just the students, it's also faculty that don't want to pay the high price of parking on campus. So they actually, and I've witnessed it a couple of times, is they come and park, and they bring their bike or they walk to campus to be able to work. So that's one of our issues that we have. Also, the biggest problem we have is traffic calming on Clay Avenue, Tombstone, Tucson, and Phoenix, and Florence, and Globe, and Kingman. Anyways, we still have that issue. I know we received some CDBG funding, or the city did, to work on that traffic calming that we've been working on with the city and city staff for almost, I would say, 10 years maybe, to do some bump outs and what have you, just for the traffic calming. We're sort of unique because we have the ballpark, the little park area, the only park area that we have. We only have one crosswalk in La Plaza Vieja, all of the Plaza Vieja neighborhood. And that's where the children cross right there at Montessori School off of Kingman and Clay. And I'd like a big shout out to the Flagstaff Police Department. They have worked with us, and they have been just fantastic working with our neighborhood. The other thing is, of course, I'm going to get on my little soapbox here, is the property maintenance ordinance. Code enforcement, or they don't have anything to enforce. I know that I've spoken on this before. We don't want anything that is going to be Big Brother. We just would like to work with city staff to maybe get some kind of solution to be able to maintain a nice living neighborhood area. And a lot of it is absentee landlords. They can't see it from their house, but I do see it from mine. And it's just to make the city of Flagstaff look a lot nicer. And it's part of our goals. If you look at our neighborhood specific plan, it's all part in there. So if, like I was mentioning before, if you could maybe read some of our goals and objectives, and some of them we have met. We're real happy, like for example, the little park on the north side where Flagstaff was founded, the spring. If anybody has a chance, go read the history of La Plaza Vieja and also the park there. So we have had some successes, and we're doing well. And I do want to say one more thing, is I'd like to thank Valeria for going the extra mile and helping us out. She's been the point person to talk to the students and knock on their doors and say, hey, can you get rid of that recliner that's being used as your lawn chair, or that sofa that the springs are coming out of? It doesn't really look good from the street. If they put it in the backyard, it would be okay, but when you see it from the street, so she's sort of doing a little bit of her code enforcement a little bit, and so we just like to give her a big shout out. And that's about it. We're doing good.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dominguez. Council, are there any questions or thoughts or comments for Mr. Dominguez and La Plaza Vieja? So everything has exploded. Let's see. We're going to go first to the Vice Mayor, then next to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dominguez, and also Valeria Chase, so much for your work, as was mentioned, and the update. I don't have much to add. I just appreciate the communication in the update, and I hope that we continue to have these lines of communication open and fluid. And I think that through a conversation, we can progress together and continue to enhance the quality of life for the residents in the Plaza Vieja. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Valeria. Our neighborhood liaison. And thank you, Mr. Dominguez. You know, I am taking notes of kind of like your wish list in terms of what are the opportunities that we can seek to pursue moving forward.
My wish list or neighborhood list?
Neighborhood.
You know, there's basically right now the main thing is to clean up the areas that need to be cleaned up, the common areas. Even, you know, restriping the crosswalk at the corner of Kingman and Clay. Even though the school is most of it online, there's still children that cross there to go to the park, even adults and elderly. So there's just little things that I know that sometimes get lost in the shuffle and what have you. But I believe that, you know, we'll have our spring cleanup again. I know the city's always been really helpful with us. We get a dumpster and we fill it up. We go and we help our elderly and we pick up everything that we can to put in the dumpster. And we've been doing that now for almost 20 years, I believe. And so it's a successful thing that we do every year. We used to do it twice a year. And the first year, I think we almost did it 3 times, and we filled up 2 dumpsters each time. So that's how bad it was. And so, you know, as we continue to do this every year, the city's always been helpful with us. And keeping the lines of communication, I think, is really, really important. And I think that's one of the things that both our neighborhood plans, Southside and Sunnyside, and La Plaza Vieja, is one of the things so that we can have that line of communication. And if, you know, we just want to make sure the plans don't get pigeonholed and put away. We even sometimes are guilty of that and we say, oh yeah, that's a goal we have to do. So, I mean, it's just like anything else, you know, priorities and what have you. But no, I can't say enough. I also need to say thank you to City Manager Clifton. I gave him the 50-cent tour, and he was very, very accommodating, and he listened, and he's trying to help us out.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Mayor, if I may have a follow-up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mr. Dominguez, you had mentioned about, you know, reviewing the La Plaza neighborhood plan. Do you think it's time to engage in a community discussion and with council about reviewing the plan and kind of evaluate where we are in terms of implementation of the plan and prioritizing the top priorities as articulated in the plan?
You know, it probably would not hurt. I think one of the things, of course, that put a kibosh to us was the pandemic. Even our monthly meetings, you know, we had to do a couple of Zoom meetings, and it's just not the same as we all get together and talk, and then you know, we just basically have a good time at our meetings. We even miss our police officers that always show up, and then every now and then we have our, you know, the best way to have a meeting is to have a potluck or what have you, you know, enchiladas and beans and tortillas and all this neat stuff, and we have a good time. So getting back to your question, I think at some point we probably do need to see and check off the goals that we have accomplished, and maybe ask for help for some of the ones we're not able to.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Decker.
Thank you, Mayor Evans. Councilmember Salas, I would like to remind council that this is the neighborhood plans are supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. Our plan has been to, at least our plan was before COVID, was that we would go to a neighborhood association meeting and staff and the community association, Jesse and Laura. It was supposed to be in March, of course. We were planning to meet and get together and figure out how to get on a work session with council. And I think that that is something we will revisit in 2021. Laura Bustamante-Myers, the outreach director, and I had touched base on that. We just decided to put it aside and focus on the traffic improvements since we didn't feel we could have as meaningful an engagement on it unless it was in person. So staff did have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's nothing else, thank you very much, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the South Side. Would this be Ms. Harris?
Okay. I was just waiting for the, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let me just take a point of personal privilege and just let you all know that I came on this meeting at 3 o'clock and I've been here ever since. You have my heartfelt sympathy, appreciation, and everything else for the amount of time that you all spend, and especially now that we're in COVID. This has got to be really difficult. The only saving grace is that you might be at home, and that might be a good thing. But thank you so much for all of your commitment to our city and to what you all do for us. And I know that they do not pay you, we do not pay you enough for what you do. So thank you so much. First of all, let me just say good evening to Mayor Evans and Vice Mayor Shimoni and the council members. I want to thank you for providing this opportunity for me to speak to you tonight or this evening. It was this afternoon, but now it's evening. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about the South Side and our neighborhood and what we're doing. And specifically, we're going to probably talk a little bit more about the Murdoch Community Center. And so if we can go to the next slide. I want to talk about accomplishment, challenges, and opportunities. Tonight, you know, there are a lot of things that I could talk about in terms of accomplishments and challenges and opportunities, but I've focused in on just a couple. It does not mean that there are not more opportunities and challenges and accomplishments that we've had in the neighborhood. It just means that these are the ones that I'm going to focus on tonight. Okay, so next slide. The Southside Neighborhood Plan is probably the biggest accomplishment that we've had this year. I think a special shout out or a special nod to Sarah Dector and her team. I have to admit that when we first went into this plan, I was a little skeptical about whether or not the city staff would really actually listen to what the neighborhood had to say. And I have to let you know that I was pleasantly surprised. And Sarah and I can both tell you that there were times when we definitely did not agree, but that just goes to show you that you can disagree without being disagreeable. And so through our work with this neighborhood plan, we have definitely formed a relationship with city staff. And I think that's one of mutual trust and respect. And so we don't always agree, but we're not disagreeable. We are very civil to one another in our disagreements. But the neighborhood plan was definitely one of those aha moments for us. And I think that it also gave the neighborhood community and the people who participated with that plan or in those activities, it gave them a different picture of city staff. And I think we started to develop that trust that has been needed for so long in Southside and with the city. That plan has won a national award, and it is in the running for an international award. And so I'm sure that you will hear more about that from Sarah and her staff. The technology upgrades are specifically regarding the Murdoch Community Center. We're in COVID right now, and so the center is definitely not as vibrant as it used to be when we weren't in this pandemic. But we went ahead and did technology upgrades because we knew that we were in this COVID, and we knew that there were people in our community and in our neighborhood who did not have access to technology. They didn't have access to internet. Some of them probably don't have access to computers. And so we went ahead and upgraded the technology so that we have a hotspot that's outside of the building. And so if you get close to it, you can get onto our internet, and it's free. We also have let people know that if they need a place to come and work on things, that we can social distance in the building, and we're following CDC guidelines. And so we have enough tables. We can put you at your individual table, set you up. You just need to let us know. And so we've tried to make that available to our community. Also, facility improvements. And right here, I'm going to take another point of privilege. I retired from NAU in 2017, and I got this bright idea that we needed to paint the inside of the Murdoch Center. And I was talking about this one day, and lo and behold, the next thing I know, Jamie Whalen told me that she was a painter and that she would come and help me paint the inside of the Murdoch Center. And so we have pictures of us doing that, and we painted that whole inside. And so I just want to say thank you so much, Jamie, for your commitment to us, to the South Side, to the neighborhood, and for your caring. And so we will definitely miss you as a friend to the community. But anytime you want to have tea, just let me know, and I will bring you over and you can have tea with Miss Deb. And then the last accomplishments I want to talk about is the Flagstaff Live Black Experience Community Coalition. A group of community members and organizations came together and decided that we needed to have a conversation about the Live Black experience in Flagstaff, and that we needed to let people know that there were some issues and there were some concerns. And so we brought together a group of coalition members. Right now, there are the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council, the NAACP. There are 4 historically Black churches that have been working with us, and those churches are in the South Side. We have 2 Greek organizations, both alumni chapters, one Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, which has an alumni chapter in Flagstaff, and Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and their alumni chapter from Phoenix have also a part of this Black coalition. And so we came together and did the Live Black experience. And so we also want to, the Southside Community Association took the lead in that, providing oversight and administration of the project. And so we want to thank you for that. And I know that you all received that plan, the strategic plan that came out of that conversation or those virtual meetings. And so I'm hoping, and I'm pretty sure that you have read it, and you will be hearing more about that later. And so Southside Community Association played a major role in bringing that together. And then next, I want to go ahead to challenges and opportunities. So can you go to the next slide, please? All right. A supervisor of mine years ago told me that every challenge was an opportunity. And so funding is definitely a challenge for us in the Southside neighborhood. Funding for our neighborhood plan is definitely to accomplish some of the strategies in our neighborhood plan. That's going to be, a challenge. But also in those challenges are opportunities. And so looking for funding is going to provide opportunities for our board members and for other people in our neighborhood and community who are interested in developing grant writing skills. And so I'm meeting with a person Thursday, and they're looking at writing a grant for one of the projects in our plan. And they want to do some grant writing, and they want to develop those skills. And so that's an opportunity. That's a challenge that's turned into an opportunity. Now, that's not going to provide all the funding that we're going to need to develop the strategies or to complete some of the strategies in the neighborhood plan, but it's a start. And so, like I said, every challenge, there's an opportunity. The one thing that's coming up that we're really concerned about in the neighborhood is the zoning. We know that until we fix the zoning in the South Side, we're going to continue to have all kinds of problems. And at this point, I really want to ask the incoming council, because this council, the seated council right now, you're going out and this is your last meeting. And so this is really a plea to the incoming council, is that you really do have to fix the zoning code in the South Side. I could go on and talk about how and why it is what it is, but that's not going to do any of us any good. It's broken and it needs to be fixed. And that is a major challenge. But it's an opportunity for us to partner with the city. And it's an opportunity for the city and the staff to come together and look at creative ways to address those zoning issues. We don't have to always say no. We can say yes sometimes, because yes is sometimes often the right answer. And so I just want to, I can't stress enough how important and critical that's going to be to a lot of the strategies that's in that plan. And then keeping neighborhood residents engaged and involved, especially during this COVID-19, that's been difficult. We've had Zoom meetings, we've had some in-person meetings because we're able to social distance. We can all sit at our individual tables more than 6 feet apart and still have a good conversation. And so we've been able to do some of that with our board, but we can't bring people into the building like we used to. And so just keeping people engaged. But I think neighborhood people come by, if they see my car there, they'll stop by and they'll stand outside and I'll stand inside and we'll have a conversation. And so, but that's still a challenge. And then finally, securing a long-term lease for the Murdoch Center. The Murdoch Center is the hub of the South Side. And a lot of things happen in that center and a lot more could happen. And there are a lot of things that we want to do in terms of improving the facilities. But we also need to have a long-term lease. People don't want to commit to providing resources if there's not a long-term, if we're not going to be there for a long term. And the one thing that I did forget, I guess I skipped right over it, is that for one of the accomplishments in terms of facility improvements, if you've been in the, if you haven't been in the Murdoch Center recently, over the last probably 4 months or so, we have new bathrooms that were a result of a grant that we received from the city to get new fixtures and to try and decrease our water bill. And we had a person from one of the from the fraternity who came in and redid the whole both bathrooms, and they are really a work of art, if I have to say so myself. And so we have people who are willing to help us, but they really do want to invest in something that's going to be there for a long term. And so with that, that's the end of the notes that I have in terms of the South Side and its updates. But I did want to take just a minute to say thank you to all of the outgoing members and the mayor. We have definitely appreciated working with you. We have found a receptive ear. You have been morally courageous. You have stepped out and did things that maybe other councils would not or did not do. And I have no doubt that the new council will step up to the plate and they will continue the work that you have already started, because they too care about our community. And with that, that's all that I have. If you want to have any questions for me.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Harris? Ms. Harris, I'd like to say thank you very much for your presentation to council and all the work that you and others have been doing with the Southside Community Association on behalf of the Southside. I'm wondering if you could just take one moment and just talk about the Live Black Experience program that will be happening tomorrow with Wilson Riles, I believe it is Sons and Daughters.
Yes. As you know, because you voted and you made that happen, and thank you again for that. The Agassiz Street has been named W.C. Riles, and so tomorrow night at 5:30, it will be live streamed on the Murdoch Center Facebook page. Wilson Riles' 3 children, Narvia Riles Bostic, Wilson Riles Jr., and Philip Riles will be on our Zoom, or not our Zoom, but it will be a live stream, and it'll be a conversation with them. And they'll be talking about their dad and the work that he did while he was here in Flagstaff. Dr. Guthrie will also be a part of that. He'll be talking a little bit more about the desegregation of the Dunbar School. But the children will talk about his work and talk about his accomplishments. Wilson Riles Jr. worked with his father as a consultant, and so he will be talking about his national legacy, things that I'm just now finding out in terms of what he's done nationally. And our country should be really grateful to the strides that he made in education. And like I said before, some of those some of those things that he did, programs that he developed, are still being used today. And so he has far-reaching, his reach is far, even after he's been gone now for a number of years. And so I would encourage you to tune in tomorrow if you can. If you miss it, you can go to our YouTube page and you can see, you can rerun it, or, watch it after it's been taped or whatever it's called. I think that answers your question, Mayor Evans.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Harris. I just want to mention that it's at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, 6 o'clock, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, then I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard, followed by Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor Evans, and thank you, Ms. Harris, for the update. Mayor, I was going to also ask Ms. Harris to talk about tomorrow's live stream discussion on W.C. Riles, so I'm glad you beat me to it. And Ms. Harris, thank you for all your work and passion for our community and for the Southside and for the Murdoch Center and for our students and just the whole community at large. You started your comments by thanking us for our service, but I want to turn around and thank you for your service. I think it takes all of us, and it takes people with passion like you and all of us, and all of our city staff. So thank you, and to Mrs. Sarah Dar, thank you especially and your team for your hard work on doing such an excellent job with the Southside and really leading across the nation and potentially across the globe with your effort as an example as to how to engage and communicate and empower. So I just want to express thank you again. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to chime in and also thank Ms. Harris and also Mr. Dominguez and the city team for their presentation tonight. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Harris, for those kind words of following us all afternoon and into the evening with our council meeting. So I appreciate it. And you have a nice evening.
You too.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Deb Harris, for your presentation and articulating clear the challenges and opportunities ahead. I also want to take the space to thank you for your stellar leadership in the community at large. You know, your light shines brightly and luminously. I look forward to the day where we can have the Miss Cleo's tea party again.
Yes.
And last year, Madam Mayor and Council Member Willen and I hosted a tea of Flagstaff women welcoming Mrs. Clifton, the beloved wife of our city manager. And at that same night, Madam Mayor and Council Member Willen and I kind of brainstorm that we can start a new tradition, with council members hosting tea parties at the Murdoch Center.
We would definitely like to do that anytime you want to come when we're done with COVID. And even during COVID, I've been able to host tea for a few people. I sit them at their table with their teapot and their little goodies, and I sit at another table, so it works.
Thank you. So I wanted to say, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Salas. It's Councilmember Salas's suggestion. I believe that Ms. Whelan was with her as well, for us to have a conversation with our neighborhood associations to better understand the work that they are doing, to celebrate the work that they are doing, and also to understand what it is that they need to continue to be successful. So I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. The Sunnyside Neighborhood Association is grateful for the invite and will be able to be here in the spring with a presentation on what they are doing. I want to go back and just make sure that we correct the Sarah, because we have two Sarahs that are both awesome. And so we said Sarah Dar, but we were actually talking about Sarah Dechter in the work that she's done with the Southside Community Association and the Southside Neighborhood. And I want to say, I think that there is something that Miss Deb said that is extremely impactful here. She said that when Sarah first appeared in the neighborhood, she was somewhat skeptical. But at the end of the day, they have formed, I think, quite frankly, a friendship. There is mutual respect, and they were able to work together, disagree with some things, but work together in a way to help guide the community through a awesome planning process that resulted in not only one award, but them being now in a international competition. And so I think that says a lot. One, I think that we have the perfect neighborhood planner on staff, but we also have someone that was able to go into a community and listen to the community. And I think that is a gift, and that takes, it takes the ability to set aside your degrees, your expertise, and to really listen to the lived experience of someone who lives in that community, and then be able to articulate that in a way that it is translated into a city planning document that everyone who is an engineer or works on some type of highly technical thing can understand what it is that the community wants. So I want to say thank you to Ms. Dechter I had the opportunity to go to a couple of the meetings, and you were there with your daughter, and you were truly a part of the community and not just the neighborhood planner that happened to be working on the neighborhood plan. So I would like to say thank you for that. Council, is there anything else? Well, thank you to both neighborhood associations and thank you to all the staff. We're going to go ahead and see if we can move down our agenda. Actually, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break and we will be back moments after 8. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are now down to item number 5 of our agenda. Item number 5 is the Reel the Flag Flood Control Project update.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of council. This is Trevor Henry with the Capital Improvements Program. The Rio de Flag project team is pleased to provide for you this month's project update for the flood control project. This update will be a team approach as we've previously done on past updates. Can everybody see the presentation, the first slide?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. This project update will focus on the project design, BNSF Railway, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Public involvement. I will provide the update on the project design. Christine Cameron will cover the update for BNSF Railway and the Army Corps of Engineers. Brett Peterson, Capital Improvements Engineer, will cover the public involvement. So this update will concentrate on matters of the project since the October 27th update when we were before you last. The City and the Army Corps are continuing to review and confirm the project limits as related to property acquisition. The property acquisition is a portion of the real estate certification. This certification is part of the Army Corps' process and is a requirement for the city through the project cooperation agreement. The city continues to coordinate with our stakeholders on the project design. The city submitted for an encroachment permit through the Arizona Department of Transportation. We are on the second round of comments. A meeting has been set with the project team and ADOT to finalize. This meeting will occur next week. Some of the issues for ADOT are the conveyance of traffic during construction and the final construction of the roadway. The city and our design consultant are working on a submittal to BNSF to address utilities that need to be relocated. The submittal will follow the utility accommodation policy that BNSF provided. This policy is guidance for all agencies that have utilities within their right-of-way. The design consultants for the Army Corps and the city continue to review and confirm the drainage improvements for the project. As the design proceeds to the next level, each drainage area and improvement needs to meet the needed capacity and ensure no flooding will result. The city is working with the franchise utilities on their plans to relocate facilities. The Army Corps is reviewing those plans at this time, and they will be included with the overall design. And next will be Christine Cameron.
Thanks, Trevor. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Christine Cameron. I'm a project manager with Capital Improvements. This month, the team's been working on the railroad undercrossing alternative and the mitigation items with BNSF. Examples of the project mitigation include the property agreement, the relocation requirements, and a siding track location for the undercrossing construction. Next week on December 15th, BNSF will be in town to walk the project area. We're coordinating a time for the mayor to meet with their group for one last visit. On December 17th, next Thursday, we also have a meeting with BNSF and the Army Corps, and we anticipate further detail on the mitigation items. BNSF is aware of our urgency. We've also been discussing a master cooperation agreement that lays out the framework to expedite the mitigation. The U.S. Army Corps was in town on Tuesday last week for a meeting and tour. We kept the attendance light to keep us all safe and socially distant. The mayor and vice mayor hosted the new LA District Commander, Colonel Julie Bolton, and her staff. The colonel is very impressed with the community, the elements of the project that have been completed, and the potential for benefits from project completion. They were here for a good part of the day, so we got to tour them through the entire project area, including the Thorpe Bridge and Upper Reach, the Southside neighborhood, the Butler Tunnel, and the Clay Wash Detention Basin. We also discussed BNSF coordination and the general real estate acquisition for the project, which are our most critical items for construction advertisement. And with that, I'll hand it over to Brett Peterson, our capital improvements engineer.
Great. Thank you, Christine and Trevor. My name is Brett Peterson. I am the capital improvements engineer for the city of Flagstaff, and I get to announce with pride that we have added a new 3-minute Southside community video to the Rio de Flagstaff website that can be viewed at riodeflagfloodcontrol.com. This video was developed by Connor Cassens with Beta PR and Carly Banks with Carly Banks Photography and Videography. It highlights the historic significance of the neighborhood. It documents input from neighborhood leaders, and it conveys the impacts of annual flooding events. I want to personally thank Ms. Deb Harris and Mrs. Shirley Sims for allowing us to record and share their stories. I truly appreciate their passion, their commitment, and leadership in our community. And Trevor, with that, I would ask that you please attempt to run the video for our viewers.
I'm sorry, I had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but I will try it again. Okay, where am I?
Trevor, I believe we're seeing it.
Okay.
The volume's not on.
It's just a few minutes or a few seconds, and then the volume will start.
Thank you.
There's a lot of rich history and culture in this neighborhood, and it should be valued and appreciated. We've got 4 historically Black churches that sit in the Southside neighborhood. One of them right down the street floods every time the Rio overflows. Those are the kinds of issues that the Rio has caused in the Southside neighborhood. People need to know that it is important for us to fix this, and we need to fix it now.
I was born in Flagstaff, raised in Flagstaff. We've had concerns and problems with this Rio de Flag ever since I was a kid.
When I first moved to Flagstaff, I lived on the South Side, and now I serve as the executive director for the Southside Community Association, and we work with neighborhood issues and concerns of the South Side, and the Rio de Flag is definitely one of those concerns. The major concern with the Rio is that the neighborhood is in a floodplain. People have to have flood insurance, and it means that they can't improve their property. They can't access that equity.
What's a real concern for me right now is that as a property owner on south side of town, it limits us with how much we can put into our building. We can only improve our property so much.
Historically, African Americans, Hispanics, Native people all lived on this side of town. And so people look at it as not being as valuable as other parts of the town.
It's really important to the south side and to this community to be able to have some changes with this Rio de Flag take place soon.
We diverted the Rio and we put it through an area where there were people whose voices were not as loud. We've been fighting to get the Rio put back so that it would not flood the south side. It's important that people in the south side have the same quality of life that people in any other part of our community has. And that hasn't been the case.
We've put off the south side for so many years. I think it's time to concentrate on the south side like we would any other part of the city, because this is a city.
It's about us as a community, and we should be excited about pulling this neighborhood out of the floodplain. You know, everybody gets a turn, and now it's Southside's turn.
That is such an awesome video.
Yeah, we are very, very proud of that video. And again, I want to thank Miss Deb Harris and Miss Shirley Sims for their participation and graciousness in recording their stories. It was fun for us to work on. Trevor, are you on the right slide? There we go. Thank you. So we provided here contact information. Trevor Henry and Christine Cameron are the primary project managers on this particular project. The Rio de Flag website that I referenced is highlighted below. And I would very much at this point in time like to express my appreciation for all of the work that this current city council has done to get us to this point with this particular project. It's a very highly valued community project, and we look forward to continuing to deliver it. This concludes our presentation, and we anticipate that our next update to City Council will occur at a special engineering division update that will be scheduled in mid-January of 2021. Thank you for your time.
Council, I'm going to go to our one public comment before I go to council. City Clerk.
Ms. Harris, are you ready? Ms. Harris, are you still on the line? I'm sorry, Mayor. It looks like she has dropped off the line. I will ask Jessica or Stacy Salzberg to call her.
Okay. Council, while we're waiting, do you have any comments? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you. Very good on that video that was presented. I think it does tell a really good story why this project is needed for our community to provide relief to so many residents in the downtown area of Flagstaff. And I always think of, you know, an item, thinking about the Rio de Flag flood control project, how we got here, is especially the funding part. You know, that we as a community, the city of Flagstaff, had to provide a funding portion of this project as a cost share partnership with the Army Corps. And I remember the person you were trying to reach out to, Stacy, Miss Harris, and I've heard this comment more than once. You know, Miss Harris came and spoke in front of the city council when we were trying to decide the funding for the city of Flagstaff's share of it. And she talked about a bird in the hand versus two in the bush. I've heard that comment more than once concerning this project. And I'm just so grateful and to everybody, the city of Flagstaff, to the residents, to the Flagstaff organization team, the Army Corps, all of our partners, electeds, to make this project a reality for our community. And so I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Odegaard. I'm going to go back to Ms. Harris and then go back to council. Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry I turned my sound off and I didn't hear you all call me. I just wanted to say that there's an old Temptation song, and those of you that are about my age probably remember, and it's called Ain't Too Proud to Beg. So I'm not too proud to beg, so I am begging City Council, and I'm begging the future City Council to let this project go through. It is time for us to do this. We can't afford to wait any longer to fix this problem. And so if you don't do anything else, please, please, please do not let any one group or any one person derail this project. It's too important. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Harris? Thank you, Ms. Harris. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you, city staff and council and really everybody involved with this. Glad to see us continue moving forward. Very excited to see us get the south side out of the floodplain once and for all. And I am not going to rest until that day is behind us. And I am excited. I'm very excited. I know members of council are excited, and we are so close. We're so close, right? We can see the finish line. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're right there, and it was because of the hard work, like Councilmember Odegaard said, of getting those financial partners to the table. You know, a big partner that you didn't mention, Councilmember Odegaard, was BNSF, right? And maybe you did, I didn't hear it, but you know, we're bringing together massive, crucial partners to make this happen. I'm glad to hear that they're going to be in town in the coming weeks. And yeah, I just think it's, you know, to quote you, Ms. Harris, it's time for us to do this. And we will do this. Thank you.
Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the presenters. Earlier tonight, I made reference to the meeting we had with the Army Corps last week, and in that reference, I managed to totally botch the correct title for Colonel Balton, and her title is the LA District Commander, and I just wanted, out of respect, to make that correction. And I also omitted mentioning the other individual who's been very instrumental throughout this project, and that is Mr. David Van Dorp. He was also here. The reason I mentioned that meeting once again, and it ties to the video that we just saw. And when I first saw that video, I found it very compelling, very heartfelt. And we showed this video to Colonel Balton, Mr. Van Dorp, and others when they were here. And I think it was equally as compelling on them as well. It tells a very good story. It provides a human element into what we all look at as a stormwater drainage project, but we know it's so much more than that. So I think the video is amazing. Thank you for showing it, Mr. Peterson. And thank you, Mayor, for letting me make some corrections to what I stated earlier. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any more comments? So I just want to take a moment and say thank you to Mr. Henry, Ms. Cameron, Mr. Barrett, and also Mr. Peterson for the awesome work that you all have been doing on the Rio to Flag project, as well as thank Council for your continuation and dedication to this project. It was great being able to meet the new colonel who has been assigned to this division. Myself and the Vice Mayor had a great conversation with her. She was completely moved by the video. that we just saw. And she truly understands the importance of getting this project done. I think that I just want to make sure that we mention, you know, for me, I guess I would mention on behalf of myself, for me, this is a social justice issue in the middle of our city that has been going on for far too long. Definitely, it's also an economic issue. When you look at what has happened in the South Side with regards to the individuals who own property there, who were put into a floodplain by previous city leadership, but it's also something that negatively impacts our entire community. Mr. Odegaard, you know, he tracked down the information, and in 2000, year 2000, we had a $800 million issue with the flooding that was it's going to happen at some point. You know, and that was in year 2000 numbers. We are now in year 2020. So you can definitely think that that would be over $1 billion worth of damage. That does not going to only impact one neighborhood or one group of individuals, but our entire city. Also, I just want to take a moment to mention really what I think are some great partnerships that have come out of this journey. You know, definitely the conversations that we are in now with BNSF has been a partnership that has been a long time coming, but it's a partnership that will prove very valuable, I believe, to our city, not only for this project, but other future potential projects. The state of Arizona and our partnership with them, I think, has gone much stronger. You know, we have the NAPTA partnership with the potential of a transit station or center there along the Rio de Flag, and also the partnership that we have with the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the neighborhood. And so I just want to make sure that we mention just really the collaborative that this is. So if there's no more other comments, we'll continue down our agenda. We're now at item number 6. This is our courthouse art piece and progress update.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am your Beautification, Arts, and Sciences Project Administrator, Jana Weldon, and I am bringing you tonight the selected art concept for the new courthouse. This concept has been vetted by a selection panel and has been approved by the Beautification and Public Art Commission. It's under $50,000. But the courthouse is so important for our community that we wanted to share the approved concept to take your comments into consideration as we tweak the design. I also want to let you know a few slides aren't exactly as they are in your packet. There are some minor changes in 2 slides to make it flow more smoothly, but no substance has changed. Next. So I will go over the background, over the process of how we got to the approved proposal. Then I will review the proposal itself, its inspiration, the materials, share the artist's words with you, and let you know some of the responses to date from the selection panel and from BPAC. Next, please. We know how proud and excited the city is to have this new courthouse, which will serve as an accessible forum for dispute resolution. In the design of the building, a niche was created on Beaver Street for artwork. Its size allows the artwork to have an up-close pedestrian experience, a drive-by experience, and an across-the-street experience. The dimensions of the niche are 27.5 feet by 7.5 feet, approximately. Next, please. So we ensured public input into the art by having strong community stakeholders give the recommendation on the chosen artist, and in this case, on the actual proposal. We had 9 members, a very diverse cross-section. We had voices from the court, and representation from a neighboring faith-based institution and an art nonprofit, a representative of the indigenous community and an ethnic studies professor, 2 from our Beautification and Public Art Commission. Next, please. The selection panel reviewed the past qualifications of 8 applicants. They selected 3 finalists to produce proposals. This panel of 9 community stakeholders completed input exercises, and I'll go into these input exercises in a bit more detail on the next slide. But these were done so that the finalists had some community input to draw on. The finalists were asked to envision a pictorial artwork that would belong to the city as a whole, since it's on the exterior of the building, respond to the historic downtown, but have that certain gravitas and balance that would be appropriate to a courthouse. We asked the finalists to, take in the community stakeholder exercise input and to implicitly or explicitly use it in creating their proposals. The finalists did produce proposals. The panel evaluated. They asked for more refinement and a few new ideas from the finalists. They evaluated again, and then they made their selection. Next slide, please. So this is an example, though, of one of the several inquiries from the community input exercise. Rather than have the stakeholders state what type of art they desired, we had the stakeholders explore how they felt about the area in an imaginative way. This type of input produced more storytelling and riches for the artist to draw from. So in this question, for example, the 9 selection panel members were asked to imagine what kind of movie they would be in if they were walking at the site of the courthouse. And I have typed in 3 of the 9 responses. The first one, they didn't think of the movie as some big grand statement, but they saw it as an intimate, moving story focused on relationships, and actually specifically called a Wendell Berry novel to mind. Another one of the panelists definitely saw it as a Western, the stories of the indigenous communities, the stories of the European immigrants. And another person saw it as Back to the Future, because it has modern amenities, but also had this historic feel. So, this is the type of input that the artists used in creating their proposals. Next slide, please. So the proposal selected by the panel, which was approved by the Beautification and Public Art Commission, is Trees by Marie Jones. Marie is a local artist. She lives on West Benton Avenue on the south side. She is a very active and engaged community member. Next. So I Go Among the Trees, a poem by Wendell Berry, is the inspiration for the art concept. The concept centers on the experience of being among the pines and will evoke many aspects of that experience, both in words and the rich visual materials, including color that will glow in the morning light and soften in the afternoon shadow. I will go further into this concept, but I want to take a little bit closer look at the materials first. Next, please. So, first of all, though, here we see a view, and it's your first peek at the art concept from Theatricos parking lot from across the street. And so you can kind of see those rich blues and golds and greens peeking through the rusted steel. That's what the brown color is, to portray an abstracted experience of being among the pines. When tied to the courthouse from this perspective, the trees take on a look of stately columns. Next, please. So to understand how the materials work, I brought an example from another piece. So here we have a laser cut Corten steel with sky behind it. It's about a 1/4 inch thick. But in our art concept trees, instead of the sky behind it, next please, there will be colored panels. And these color panels might be powder coated or some other way painted, either stainless steel or aluminum. And the color may have reflective qualities in it to make it shimmer in the morning light that will hit the east face of the courthouse every day. Having the Corten on top, so it being a layer, that will create a positive relief detail and depth. Next, please. So now I just kind of want to move in closer to the piece. This is a drive-by view from the northbound lane. Next. And now this is a drive-by view from the southbound lane, or maybe on a bike. Next. And then as you get closer still, you see that words on the Corten are apparent. Next, please. So we see that there is this text. It's etched, not cut through. And so it is it is a subtle effect. And one of the reasons for that is so that it actually can't be seen from like across the street or when you're driving in the northbound lane, because that could be a traffic hazard. Next. But it's very readable when you're on the adjacent sidewalk. Next. So before I go into the text, I just want to share some words with the artist about her proposal in her own words. You know, she recognized that we are drawn to Flagstaff for the forest and the experience of being among the pines, and the important way to look at, there's so many ways to look at trees, but this is a very human eye-level perspective. And it kind of creates some abstract patterns, but that abstractness helps reflect that feeling of moving among the pines. Next, please. And so, you know, we have those rich colors coming through. The morning sun will brighten, especially the yellow. The afternoon shadow will deepen those greens and blues. And again, we'll have this Wendell-Berry poem etched into the rusted steel itself. Next, please. So the poem, which is a central piece for the person who's walking right up to the courthouse. We all find meanings, our own meanings in poetry. And the artist very much thought that this poem would provide some comfort, maybe, and some peacefulness to those who are headed to court, because sometimes heading into court is a very stressful experience. And for those not entering and just passing by, it would still speak to how the forest resets us after a very long day. So this is the Wendell-Berry poem. I go among trees and sit still. All my stirring becomes quiet around me like circles on water. My tasks lie in their places where I left them, asleep like cattle. Then what is afraid of me comes and lives a while in my sight. What it fears in me leaves me, and the fear of me leaves it. It sings, and I hear its song. Then what I am afraid of comes, and I live for a while in its sight. What I fear in it leaves it, and the fear of it leaves me. It sings, and I hear its song. After days of labor, mute in my consternations, I hear my song at last, and I sing it. As we sing, the day turns, the tree moves. The trees move. Apologize. Next, please. So, again, the selection panel has had a chance to submit some comments, as has the Beautification and Public Art Commission. Some of the things that I've heard is, would like the artist perhaps to offer translations, maybe include some other poetry. I heard lots of comments about liking the reflective quality in the paint, maybe especially in that yellow gold in the morning sunlight. the artist in her previous work showed ability to work in cement. There were some thoughts, maybe something could be etched in the sidewalk. Now, the artist will honor all input with thought and care and work on incorporating as many as possible while still maintaining the artistic integrity of the artwork as a whole. Because it does have power in kind of its simple splendor. So next, please. So I am now looking for your comments to help the artist enhance this concept.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a. Let's go ahead. Comment first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Anthony Garcia on the line. Anthony, you can go ahead and give your comments.
Okay. Hello, Madam Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, City Council, management, and staff. I'm Anthony Garcia, currently serving as Beautification and Public Art Commission. But today I speak to you from a citizen standpoint on my own volition, and my statement does not reflect my professional obligations with the city. And I won't waste too much of your time. I just really wanted to highlight that throughout the court wall process, staff began to deploy innovative mechanisms to design enhanced public input and engage stakeholders early in the process. This is really a little bit of the trend of what's going to come in the future, it seems like, from staff. And from a citizen's perspective, it was very participatory for the community on multiple levels, and I saw hours and hours and hours of engagement from the community to get to where we are now. There is a myriad of conversations that took place, and many of the questions that you may be thinking of may have already been well worked through. But what I want to encourage you to do is to ask questions and to offer your input. As much as possible, I think it's cool to sit around and talk about how awesome this project is. But on the other hand, I would also like to hear from council how this can be improved, because while we still have, we don't have much of a window, we still have a small window of opportunity here. And of course, council's input is community input, and we have yet to hear that. So I'm really excited to hear where your discussion comes and where it leads us. As always, I will be standing by to clarify. If any of you have any questions throughout the presentation, please holler.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Garcia? Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I am going to go to Mr. McCarthy, followed by Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, and maybe Mr. Garcia could stay on because I might have a question after I make some comments. I'm going to divide my comments into two parts: the basic art and visual. The concept of this cut metal, which will be an inch or so, whatever, away from the painted background, and then the three colors on what would probably be powder paint, I would guess. I just love that. I think it's wonderful. I think it's very innovative, and I think it'll make people pause and look. And the artist is to be complimented, and from what I understand, there was quite a bit of time spent discussing that in the review process, and I'm very supportive of that. The second part of my comment is regarding the poem. Now, criticizing a poem is probably like criticizing some other person's religion or trying to define what country music is. You can't put your finger on it. But I find that the poem is not necessarily appropriate. I think I'll just bring it out. I think it's kind of obtuse. And, you know, I'm no expert on poetry, but I write songs and I have concept of words. And I don't like the poem. Let me put it that way. So I would suggest, and it's only one person's suggestion, I realize that, is that we either not put any words on there, which I think is a viable alternative, because I think if people just look at it, then they will kind of, think in their own mind what it means, as opposed to us trying to plant some thought into someone's mind. Or the other alternative is to find a more suitable poem. Or if the other people involved, council or whoever, think that this poem is all right, then fine, I'll live with it. But I personally don't like the poem. I love the artwork. I think it's wonderful. That's my comment. Well, before I go, I might ask Mr. Garcia, is he still on the line?
Mr. Garcia, are you still available? Can we
call? Well, that's all right. I was just going to ask, I understand that there was quite a bit of input involved in the art itself, but my question was going to be, and maybe someone else can answer this, how much effort was put into the selection of the words in the poem? And anyway, I'll leave it at that for now. If I get an answer to that, fine. If I don't, that's fine too.
Can city staff answer that, or should we call Mr. Garcia back?
Mayor Evans, I believe I can answer that. The poem was obviously the artist's inspiration and was put forth as such, and it is what led her to design the piece. It has had a reaction mostly from the public input of most have really, really liked it and found it very moving. We have had other of our BPAC members wonder if something a little bit more accessible might be used. We have started those discussions with the artist, and we will have those discussions with the artist. Do not yet know how central she feels that particular poem is to her piece. Sometimes artists start with things and it evolves into something else. But we have had a very strong support of it from the community feedback that we've had, with some, like Councilmember McCarthy, thinking maybe something a little bit more accessible, so that he isn't the only person to make that. Just so far, the majority have really liked the piece.
Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I serve as the council liaison to the BPAC, and I was in attendance on this conversation concerning this art piece for the courthouse, and it was pretty much unanimous reception by everybody that they really liked the art piece. And as far as Councilmember McCarthy's concerned about the poem, as the artist, this is, I think, part of the entire piece of the art, and I would leave that up to the artists about this, what is included or not included, and I think that would be a good idea to let the artist decide, because it's, as was mentioned, was the inspiration of the art piece, and again, everybody likes it, and I haven't heard any negative comments at all from anybody in the community concerning the idea for this piece. And then, and as we heard earlier during our downtown presentation about the importance of public art being added into the downtown area, and this just enhanced that. And then the only comment I'd like to make concerning about enhancement, and I heard this also during the conversations about adding maybe some type of lighting for the evening hours for people to enjoy the piece. And there was talk about maybe adding some type of solar lighting to reflect on the piece in the evenings for people to enjoy also. And that's about it. So thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you. It's a beautiful piece, and I'd like to congratulate Marie and BPAC and all the hard work put into this. I also understand that that poem needs to be the choice of the artist. I like the idea of perhaps having other interpretations or languages express the poem, and if that's even feasible, but to accommodate more people that are walking by that location. So it's beautiful, and thank you for bringing that to the city of Flagstaff.
Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm very excited about this. It was very beautiful. I found it to be, I found myself very moved just by the presentation. So thank you for the very thoughtful, well put together presentation on the art piece. And I agree with others. I don't think we can decouple the poetry from the artwork. They seem to go hand in hand. And as a writer myself and someone who works in a creative realm, I'm definitely in favor of those final decisions being with the artist and the creator, and not something that we can micromanage. But I appreciate the poem a lot, actually, personally. I'm really excited about it. And I'll say, too, that I like Councilmember Odegaard's idea of providing lighting at night, and some solar lighting sounds like a great idea. Very excited to see this come to fruition. I'm sure it's going to be just absolutely eye-popping and evocative in person.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Weldon. Thank you to the artist, Marie Jones. Thank you to BPAC, Anthony Garcia, and the community for being involved in this really moving piece, as my colleagues have been mentioning. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The only enhancements I can think of is better integration of animals. I don't think I saw any birds or deer or other wildlife in the imagery. Braille came to mind. You know, I love that this is three-dimensional and has different layers to it. And I just thought integrating Braille could potentially just take it to that next level, if possible, of just connecting and being an access point. And I like the idea of solar lighting as well. Ms. Weldon, can you just clarify what you meant by accessibility or accessible when you were referring to the poem?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for their input of, the lighting, Braille. What an exciting idea! I just meant that on first reading, somebody mentioned another poet that may be more accessible in terms of easier to understand on a first reading, but. That's a strength of a poem, but it's also a strength of a poem that makes you think about it for a little while and come back to it again and again. So, that is, very different for different people. But we had one of our BPAC that mentioned maybe the poem should be more accessible, a little bit more in line with what Councilmember McCarthy was saying, although the majority were moved by the poem. But that's what I meant by accessible.
Okay, that's what I figured. I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, I feel like I do share those concerns. I would like to hear from Ms. Jones on her thoughts. I think it's a beautiful piece, and I'd like to learn more about the poem and really kind of sit with it and think about it more and ponder its meaning. But I like the idea of something that makes someone think, but I also like the idea of something that can immediately and doesn't leave someone confused or leaving the poem halfway through because it's not making sense to them, right? So lowering those levels of barrier of connection and kind of getting a point across definitely are of value to me, especially thinking about the population that's going to be walking into the courthouse and engaging with our courthouse, and maybe always at the peak of their day or of their lives even. This could be a really beautiful way to kind of incite some light and some positive energy into their minds and into their hearts. But yeah, all in all, love the idea. I like Councilmember Whelan's idea of integrating other languages. You know, if we can integrate symbolism or language of our tribal partners, I think that'd be beautiful. But I do love the piece as is as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Whelan has the question, if you could please put the image back up.
Yes, I think Dave McIntyre is working on that right now.
I apologize, I'm struggling. Can you see it now?
No, not yet.
That's okay, Mayor. We can move on. I just thought it would be nice to be looking at it as we chatted about it.
I'm not real clear why it went black initially. I'm still trying to figure that out. My apologies.
That's okay, David, really. Thank you.
So I would just say that I think that it reflects Flagstaff. You know, I think that the artist is a local artist, and we talk about wanting to use local artists. We talk about a diversity of art and different art. I think that the fact that we are talking about trees and what that symbolizes, it's like, I really just think it reflects Flagstaff. I like the idea of diversifying the poem into different languages. I would suggest we look at the peace poll that we have downtown and see what languages are on the peace poll. We were very specific in making sure that we got languages that reflect our community. And that includes also having it in Braille as well. So otherwise, I think it's beautiful. I'm going to go to Ms. Hanson.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Another idea that we could do through the use of Discover Flagstaff is to create a rack card of the actual art piece explaining how we got to this point, a little bit about the artist, and of course helping with the language translations and things like that could always be available inside the courthouse when someone comes that might have, expressed to the person at the front that they had seen it at the front, or maybe they just see it and they want to take it with them. So these are some things that we could always do on our end to continue to share that piece.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. Ms. Hanson just gave me an idea. I wonder if we can create like a miniature display of this inside the courthouse as you walk in, almost as another display, but with that little rack card kind of explanation of the story, the artist, the VPAC, kind of the effort as to how this came to be and what its meaning is. That could be pretty cool if there was like a parallel piece on the inside. Obviously I don't know if this is feasible, but if it were, it could be a really nice way to kind of greet someone as they're coming into the courthouse, maybe off of a entrance and walkway of which didn't pass the piece. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and just tell you that we have a few things in the works just to build anticipation over the next 4 months. The artist is going to make a 2-foot by 2-foot section or model and make some display boards as well to both put inside the courthouse and in City Hall. So like, this is coming, so we are going to do a lot of public outreach just to, as we're making it, and to build that excitement for the piece itself. And we also, there's also things that can be done with the plaque on the side, and as well as maybe including a QR code that can take people to more information.
Well, if we get a third smaller piece for my place, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to go to the to Mr. McCarthy.
In art, less is more.
Okay. So I feel like we're done with this item, so we're going to go ahead and move on.
Thank you.
We're now down to item number 7. This is public participation. Public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda. City Clerk, do we have any public participation items? None. Thank you. So now we're down to informational items. This is item number 8. Informational items to and from council, to and from mayor, council, city manager, and future agenda item requests. I'm going to start tonight with the vice mayor.
I knew it. I was ready to, Mayor. Try to catch me off guard. I like it. Anyways, council, wow, thank you so much for a long, excellent meeting. I just have so much gratitude for you all. I'm kind of in shock that this is kind of the end of this chapter with all of you. And I'm just so appreciative for the group. I really am, especially for the council members and that are leaving us, Councilmember Jamie Whalen, Charlie Odegaard, and Mayor Coral Evans, yourself. Just so much gratitude to the whole team and to you that are leaving us. And I really do hope you stay involved with us moving forward. Just a couple quick updates. The CJCC group, one of the subcommittees met today, and I in that subcommittee, and great discussion. We just have such amazing community partners in Flagstaff that are just so passionate and working collaboratively, and they're just story after story of success and also struggle, but the ones of success especially highlighted the partnership and collaboration and how working together is crucial in best serving the public and our most vulnerable needs. Just gratitude for Sandy Flores at Catholic Charities and Ross Altenbaugh at Flagstaff Shelter and Devana and all the other community members are doing great work in Flagstaff. I also met with the group that is working on diversion and diverting calls from our police department to the mental health crisis response network in Taros. We met yesterday and that's off to a great start. Want to give a shout out to our dispatch team here in Flagstaff. That dispatch team kind of does the grunt work behind the scenes, and this is just a new thing for them to shift and adjust to, and they're taking it in stride and doing great, and I really appreciate that. On the topic of COVID, I think we all know this, the numbers are growing and growing at a rate which is very concerning. And we know what's happening to our north on the reservations. We see what's happening to our south. We see what's happening across the nation. These are very scary times, and people, again, are burnt out and frustrated and divided on this topic. And it's really unfortunate, but please be careful out there, be safe. And thank you to council and to leadership for continuously striving to do what is best for all of us. I want to just mention that tomorrow night there is a public meet and greet for our police chief candidates, one of which is our very own interim police chief, Dan Musselman. And I just want to express gratitude to the 3 finalists. And I'm very much looking forward to that discussion live on Teams from 5 to 6 p.m., if I'm not mistaken. And there's information on my Facebook page about that if anyone doesn't know about it. And lastly, I just want to say that I love the idea of this holiday recipe book that is going around through the champions of Team Flagstaff. I know that's internal for city staff, but I just think that's great. and I'm really looking forward to the recipes that come out of that, and just getting excited about everyone's holiday plans. So thank you, council, so much. Really appreciate all of you, and yeah, I will definitely be missing all of you very much in the years to come. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an informational update for everybody, and then also I'd like to introduce FAIR. So the update is that I will be replacing our mayor on the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council and Executive Board as the chair of each of those organizations. It's a real honor and some big shoes to fill. This is an important committee that looks into water issues. And just as an example, I want to give you all a heads up that in the Arizona State Legislature, one of the things we talked about on Friday morning was the pending introduction of a rural management area legislation with a lot of really interesting ideas that have a lot of big implications for municipalities and different regional groups looking at water issues and stuff. And one thing that you may or may not have at the top of your mind is that our own city manager, Greg Clifton, is the government affairs co-liaison for the CPWAC. And he was on the Zoom meeting with us on Friday morning, and where we've read line for line the proposed legislation before amendments, and a lot of interesting stuff. And I don't know if you want to speak to that, Greg, but you really don't have to unless you have anything to add. I just want to give council a heads up that that will be something that will be coming across our desks at some point to ruminate on and think over and discuss, and it could have big implications. I'll pause just for a second to see if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I respond?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councilmember Aslan. Yes, we are already deep into that proposal that you're speaking of. In fact, we had a meeting this morning with the other co-chair, Joanne Keene, along with Ron, with the CPWAC, sorry for the acronyms, and we are going to vet this internally and circle back. All of this is anticipating a proposal in this upcoming legislative session. So there's some urgency to what you just said. I'm glad you introduced it. And the only thing I would add to it is, now that it's been introduced, Council, you can expect updates and maybe even some email updates on this in the interim. So thank you very much.
So, Madam Mayor, I'd also like to introduce a FAIR if I can.
Yes.
And I have some language here, and I'll send this to the city manager, but I did want to give a little bit of context for it too. I would like to introduce a future agenda item request for a discussion around a resolution that would throw support behind the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition and its efforts to lobby the new incoming administration to restore and fully protect Bears Ears National Monument to its original dimensions. And the reason I think this is relevant, even though we're down here in Flagstaff and Bears Ears is, it's on the Colorado Plateau, but it's up in southern Utah. You know, the Intertribal Coalition was a historic consortium of sovereign tribal nations united in the effort to conserve the Bears Ears cultural landscape. It included the Navajo Nation, and all of these are neighbors of ours, people we work with closely and have strong relationships with. The Navajo Nation, the Hopi tribe, the Ute Indian tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and the Zuni tribe. It really is an unprecedented alliance that formed in order to protect the unique cultural heritage of Bears Ears region. And prior to the designation of the monument, sites of sacred and cultural importance had been desecrated by recreationists, looters, and vandals, which prompted the need for this historic coalition. And they proposed that the most appropriate and effective management strategy was a collaborative management by the tribes and federal agencies, right? So after many decades of exclusion of indigenous decision makers and knowledge holders from decision making on federal lands, this proposal really represented a new and historic step forward in management of natural and cultural resources on sacred grounds in the US. And so briefly, back in 2016, December 2016, President Obama designated by proclamation 1.35 million acres in southeastern Utah as the Bears Ears National Monument. And on December 4th, 2017, President Trump, arguing that the monument was an overreach, issued a new proclamation that reduced the area of the monument by 85%. And although these lands, which surround Natural Bridges National Monument and border both Canyonlands National Park and Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, are all protected, they still face serious threats associated with the political pressures to develop the region's abundant oil, gas, and mineral resources, including uranium, vanadium, and copper. And the reduction of the monument size opens the door to exploitation of such resources and reduces the intended protections. And also on the ecological front, an organization that my wife is very close to and familiar with, Conservation Science Partners, they just completed an analysis of Bears Ears National Monument and demonstrated that the site far exceeds other similar sized Western landscapes in terms of three key attributes: ecological connectivity and intactness, remoteness, and diversity of rare species and ecosystems, highlighting the need for special management. So I think there's a lot here, and I'd be happy to help draft a draft resolution for our next council to consider on this, but I'd like to get it agendized as efficiently as possible so that we can really lobby the new incoming administration to take a strong stance in support of our neighbors and our allies in these important tribal communities.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I recently went to a Metro Plan meeting, which of course is the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, transportation issues. And the executive committee decided that I should be the chair of that group because outgoing members, they're outgoing. But the understanding was that that would only be until the next meeting after all the new members are appointed. Who knows? The council may not even decide that I'll be the rep to the Metro Plan. So that, and then I guess I just wanted to say that over the last couple of years, we've gotten a lot done. Mr. Shimoni gave a good list of those just about 5 minutes ago. And I just want to give credit to Charlie Odegaard and Jamie Whalen and the mayor for their leadership over the last couple of years. And I know we already said that, but I just wanted to say it one more time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give my colleagues and also Mr. Clifton and other city management an update concerning the PSPRS down in Yuma. The Yuma County Board of Supervisors, the Yuma City Council issued $190 million in low-interest bonds to pay down their entire unfunded public safety and corrections pension liabilities, which will result in an estimated savings of more than $80 million for the taxpayers in that area. And they just did that the past day or two. And that gives a lot of credit to our decision earlier this year concerning our pension liability. And the reason why I bring it up, I was listening to a local talk radio station, and there was two former council members kind of making fun of the decision that we had to do concerning our pension liability, kind of throwing rocks at what we did concerning our pension liability. And yes, it was not an easy decision, but a decision that had to be made. Doing nothing was not an option. And because of our decision making this past summer, we're going to save our residents here in our community almost $70 million in today's dollars over the 2 decades that this liability will be paid down. And so just want to give kudos to city management and my colleagues for making the decisions we had to make, and not, again, listen to the noise that I always like to refer to among the community. And so thank you. I want to wish everybody a happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, and Merry Christmas. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Odegaard. Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to add, with the upcoming minimum wage change going up $2, and I was at the Economic Development Council through NACOG the other day. They were talking about revolving loan funds, and they mentioned the one that was a NACOG gave to Flagstaff. And I remember sitting on council, as most of you will, when we said that the best thing to do was to have that money go to a firm who disperses it solely. We're talking about $268,000 set aside for a revolving loan fund. As far as I know, and what was mentioned at that council, which could be wrong, that money has not been spent. And in this time of COVID and in this time of minimum wage going up, I think our small businesses need all the help they can get. So I would ask city manager, staff to please look into that and to report back what is the actual standing of that revolving loan fund. Thank you. And I'd just like to thank everyone for being who they are and working so hard for our community. It's been an honor.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to express gratitude to every member of Team Flagstaff for all their highly professional dedication and dedicated work for our city. I also want to remind, I actually just had a reminder to myself here that popped in my calendar a few minutes ago, schedule flu shot. That was a reminder to myself, so that I'm reverberating to our community to get a flu shot if they haven't done so yet. And to Madam Mayor, Council Member Odegaard, and Council Member Whelan, happy trails. I'm sending this intention of a loving kindness mantra with you as you open new chapters of your respective lives. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be happy. May all beings be well. May all beings be safe. May all beings be free from suffering. I heart Flagstaff and I heart you all.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. City Manager, do you have anything further?
No, Madam Mayor and Council, thank you.
So Council, this will be the last time that I have the privilege of closing a City Council meeting. While I will be here with you all next Tuesday, myself, Ms. Whelan, and Mr. Odegaard, we will only be there to open the meeting and to wish you that are still seated and our new council members the best of luck and intentions with our city as you move forward. I'd like to once again thank each and every one of you for making this truly an incredible journey for me to have led council. It has been an honor, and it's been a challenge, and it has been a joy. I'd like to go ahead and make sure that I tell staff the same as well. You know, our city truly is an amazing city, and it's an amazing city not just because we live in the middle of a ponderosa pine forest, the largest in the world, and we have an incredible view shed. But what makes our city so incredible are the people that live, work, and play here in the city. And city staff is absolutely dedicated to our community and to the jobs that they do. City leadership, city manager, our two deputy managers, our city attorney, and our clerks, as well as my chief of staff, our assistant, and Ms. Drum, who is our communications specialist, or communications director, or our PIO. I apologize on the title. I want to say to all of you, thank you for helping council do the work that we do each and every day and making it easier, quite frankly, for us to do the job that we're charged with doing. So with that, I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and I look forward to seeing you all next Tuesday and celebrating and honoring our new council. Good night.